I'm a savage with my totem pole. I'm about my money and about my paper. Hating on me's gonna make me greater. Walk on by, say hi to a hater. See ya later. Yeah, these hoes are jocking, but I'm clocking at the same time. We doing shows after shows. I'm on my same grind. Yeah, old girl's a sex fanatic. Give it up, she gotta have it. I stick and move, then I'm off for the night, but I ain't talking Gladys. Gladys. All my ladies in the place, let me see how you skank it tonight. If there ain't no other beat like a reggae beat, let me see you skank a little bit closer to me now. Tell me how you want it, I'ma give it to you raw. Skank it in them jeans, make a player wanna fall. Skank it all the way to my bed if you want. Let me know what's good and maybe we can get it on. Skank it in my bedroom, skank it in my bedroom, skank it in my bedroom. Skank it in my bedroom, skank it in my bedroom, skank it in my bedroom.
KUAM-FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Estamos tú y onin casamento ni babaw ko ni okiri na baya sa kwangu bayu is kayo no ni papakiata sabay prometi gimena na su starta sa babaw gigi fio no toru tempo in 3 mina kufkiri dan 3 mina lahu sabay septi on ni toru tempo staki matui ora ni fina tayo Estimat ko na guinaiza Tiyo mariroga Kumataon na Iguinaiza Tata sinyatita Togui Haguzangwa uneni Kumutata tizi Silinteta Loki esday naineni umasagwa Sa intri hulu impagu kita tatauta Mailaneni na izata planeha Lo esti futuran famagonta Esti imat kut nagwi naiza Tiu mariroga Kumuta onra Tata sinyatita Togui Haguzangwa uneni Kumutata tizi Siditeta Hoping Nagwinaiza Make good Nagwinaiza Totun Nagwinaiza Estin webun Umasagwa Mercai na tentación Lotado fitmi ni corazón Esas isus Poes kayun itoru tempo Estima kunagwinaiza Tiyo mariroga Kumutaona Iguinaiza Tata sinyatita Togui Haguzangwa Kumutata tizi siminteta Kumutata tizi siminteta Kumutata tizi siminteta
Cosinya uli di sombranza tamak e su ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi Prebatu la noci Nai banderata gaigi Pues atan fanni bandera Kau Esta pagua pumalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru Politanota Kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria Abiba isla senpaya Paraiona, Parai gloria, abiba isla selpaya. Toru I tempo I paz, paraíta, zangini na bendition. Contra perigo na avança fuam Deus proteges langom Contra perigo na avança Magagan fedik more Mododon meso Tibuerigin fudum Meri veri rao Meniga sagase Magagan fedik more Mododon meso Tibuerigin fudum Meri veri rao Meniga sagase Neminaru puede orco se tiene como sabido Cosa vuoi sabido eri ai risingavoro Ferito mai nebi I took out away to see E se secco fi Ma potrà che pari Neminaru puede orco se tiene como sabido Cosa vuoi sabido eri ai risingavoro Ferito mai nebi I took out away to see E se secco fi Ma potrà che pari Ma che omtong nieri Nieri E fere chieri Respecti riso Spacchiri e fogo Ngang mi sai da udre Magi onto nieri Nieri e fere chieri Respecti riso Spacchiri e fogo Ngang mi sai da udre Neminaru puede orco se tiene como sabido Cosa vuoi sabido eri ai risingavoro Ferito mai nebi I took out away to see E se secco fi Ma potrà che pari Neminaru puede orco se tiene como sabido Cosa vuoi sabido eri ai risingavoro Ferito mai nebi I took out away to see E se secco fi Ma potrà che pari Ma che ontong nieri Nieri Kage chieri Respecti riso Spacchiri e fogo Yang mi sai da udre Wagi ontong nieri E fere chieri Respecti riso Spacchiri e fogo Yang mi sai da udre Neminaru puede orco se tiene como sabido Cosa vuoi sabido eri ai risingavoro Ferito mai nebi I took out away to see E se secco fi Ma potrà che pari Neminaru puede orco se tiene como sabido Cosa vuoi sabido eri ai risingavoro Ferito mai nebi I took out away to see E se secco fi Ma potrà che pari Magagan fedik more Mododon meso Tibuerigin fudum Meri veri rao Meniga sagase Magagan fedik more Ready, ready, now. Mendiga saga se.
Morning, Guam. Viva Lunes. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
And good morning to
Joe, sir.
Fresh Off Vacation.
Welcome back.
There you go. We're getting creative outside, Joe, sir. Wow. Even got the morning dew in the windshield. Someone was pent up on their vacation. Welcome to the link, guys. It's the Monday, April 12th episode of the show, proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, Carrier, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning.
And Joe Sir brought the sunrise with him. That's a beautiful sunrise this morning.
Yeah, it is very, very beautiful. A lot of cloud action this morning. The contrast between the clouds and the sky. It's
There is an accumulation of cumulus.
right, yeah. Hey, we do a work week weather now 8:20 on Mondays. So we're getting Landon and Islet. There was a system that everyone's been watching and talking about, so we'll get them on to figure out what the work week weather looks like for this week on this Monday. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Figure out what we got going on here. Well, we're getting our weekly update with Mayor Jesse Alley of the Mayor's Council of Guam. He's the president. He's also going to bring some neighborhood watch commanders. Neighborhood watch commanders.
Last week was their first meeting with the Guam Police Department in over a year. And it was
Yeah.
a face-to-face meeting in Sinahanya. So it'll be interesting to see what happened during that meeting.
Yeah, and what else these neighborhood watch people got to say? The front line against crime, and a lot of the times.
It's good that the Neighborhood Watch is officially back now, because I remember when I was a kid, if you were part of the Neighborhood Watch, you'd get this big sticker that you put like on your window, like facing the street, and let everybody know that, like, you know, you were part of that network.
Yeah, so that's going to be good. Also, Mary Rhodes, Guam Hotel Restaurant Association, as their vaccination effort for hotel and restaurant workers continues this week. Again, we'll do our comprehensive newscast with Landon Iletta and Sabrina Salas-Mentanani. Jay, we're bringing in a young, aspiring Chamarita artist.
Yeah, so Jada Morian, as you guys know, Nestor Quintanilla, her dad, you know, does such an amazing job telling people about her, like really promoting her as a proud father should. And Jada is in South Carolina. She's going to join us in about a half hour. And I believe she brought some of the South Carolina friends with her, because we got some people right now. Greenville, South Carolina is already checking in. In addition to, I'm seeing California in the comments. I know Vegas is here. Eva Beach, Hawaii is here.
Right.
Spanaway, Washington is here. Thank
Port,
you guys for sharing your
Port
Sunday
Authority
evening
of
with us.
Guam is also here with our friend Chris. Good morning.
Hey, good
Good
morning. Yeah,
morning, Port.
Yeah, Chris
Strong.
said Port Strong.
Bev
But
Test
Chris
Jay
was saying,
Salas.
like, what a wonderful, like, morning shot that was.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Chris, you owe us one shot from where you are down in PD, too. DM us.
Bev Test Jay Salas. Greetings from Chalapago. Ken Paulino. Good morning. Be safe. You too, my brother. George, Mr. Freeze. Good Monday morning. Vivian Decimito. Good morning, KUAM News. Watching everyone. Thank you. Josie Faji Hafaday from California.
Desamito.
Angelica Owen Lanyog Hafaday Guam from University City, Texas.
University City. Wait, I wonder where in Texas that is. I gotta look that up.
Yeah, look
you know
that
what?
up.
Probably like the Longhorns City or something.
Oh,
like that.
okay. Ooh.
Texas A&M.
You got bad blood between our Oklahoma Sooner
Ooh.
here, alumni, and that school with the burnt orange.
Jocelyn Castro, Buenos and Hafaday KUAM, Geige Gispanaway, Washington.
Nice.
Senator Chris Duenas. Good morning, Senator.
Hey, good morning.
Deborah Manabusa and Buenos and Hafaday from Washington. Rosemary Laguatnia first in this morning with Good Morning Team. Remember, we switch it up, so we're on Facebook Live until 8, and then we jump on KUAM TV from 8 to 10.
Did
We
you guys
are,
see the-
though, on Channel 10, just audio.
Right, that's an audio stream on Channel 10, and this morning we do have a couple special features for you guys. We'll be doing our link on location, Dirty Politics, Episode 2.
That was a massive success last week in episode 1, and probably because it was so shocking, and the fact that you guys were actually out at the site of an illegal dump. And this one is unfortunately a repeat offender. The dump is.
Right. So it's Chris, your favorite, Chris and Sabrina going in with Senator Clint Ridgell and Guam EPA.
Chris
Okay.
Agigi's like, hey, slow down, bro.
We also have from our nanas to our nannies, another great sustainability segment. We partnered up with the Micronesia Climate Change Alliance. And so that's coming up too, Bree.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so our friend, former Uno producer right here at KUM, Cami Aguirola, and she and her team just put. I mean, these productions are amazing. I mean, it's entertaining, and they're also teaching you how to be a very good steward of the community.
Also this week on KUAM News Primetime, Jonah Goncharfres is launching her sustainability series with the University of Guam. So you definitely want to watch that.
Yeah, and then talking about the University of Guam, we're actually getting a couple of the professors from UOG to come on and talk about invasive species, as I think we're all kind of struggling with it. Who's got the little red fire ants?
Have you ever been bit by one of those fire ants?
Yeah.
Ouch. Owie, 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 owie. as the
Yeah, they
kids
leave
like
a
say.
little raised welt.
Yeah,
Right.
no. I mean, it makes, like, imagine like the worst mosquito bite you've ever had times 3. Those fire ants, I mean, those things leave a mark.
Also, Tom Conway on our Facebook live feed here. Buenas from Wichita Falls, Texas. D writes in, good morning, KUAM from Jigo. How about this one? Liz Nakayama, good morning from Pohnpei.
Hey, good morning.
Wow.
And we hope you enjoyed the episode, Liz, of One Micronesia podcast last week, where our own Victorious Falan, a native of Yap State, talked to a physician who is now in San Antonio, but his roots are in Pohnpei.
And Pohnpei is also getting ready to receive their first
Repatriation.
repatriated citizens
Yes.
that are going to be traveling there, I think, May 13th.
Yeah, so if you didn't catch that, make sure to watch it. It's on our YouTube channel. It's further down on our timeline and everything like that. We hope you really like it because it was a great episode.
Maggie Monroe Anderson writes in here, speaking of illegal dumping, there's a bad one across from Naval Hospital. I just passed it on the left. There's a big open area. Cars can see it from the road. It's getting worse and more junk. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie.
Yeah, guys, if you know any illegal dumps, just put it in the comments, and we'll be sure to check it out for our segment.
You know what? Did you guys happen to catch that very unfortunate news that happened in the mainland? I mean, there was unfortunate news, but DMX passed away.
Woo, woo.
Did you see that? Like
Yeah, I
over
saw
the
it.
week, man. I mean, he had been he'd been hospitalized because he had a pretty severe heart attack, I think, for a week, right? And then he passed.
Yeah.
But man, there were people from all over the entertainment industry were like sharing their condolences like this past weekend. But yeah, sad to hear that.
Did you like DMX, Bree?
Yeah. Who didn't like
I
it?
know.
Rough Riders, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, who is the girl in the Rough Riders? Because they all came out on like on the 4-wheelers and everything like that. The
Yeah.
first couple of videos was it?
I don't know, but when that album dropped with all the dog barking, that was my. I don't want to show my age, but it was like 90. Man, it was like 90s.
Yeah.
And this album came out, it was like, whoa, whoa. Like,
He
every
was
song
he was
had the dog
aggressive.
barking. Yeah.
But you know what? DMX was a good actor. Remember that movie he was in with Steven Seagal?
Belly?
No, there was that one too. I was thinking of was it Open Wounds, where he was like he had
Yeah, just as a rule, though, any movie with Steven Seagal, nah, I'm not about to give DMX the Oscar, Jay, but he was a great and very influential rapper.
and he was very very entertaining, and that's what a lot of
Right.
people
And he was kind of like enjoying a resurgence, a return to relevance in the last few years.
yeah he still had his goatee going, but it was like gray now.
6:25. Well, on that note, let's go ahead and get into the news. Shall we, on this Monday morning? It's the April 12th episode of The Link with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Off it, everybody. About 20,000 EIP3 payments totaling $53 million were processed by DRT on Saturday and will be transmitted to the Treasurer of Guam this week to be mailed out. The U.S. Treasury Department over the weekend approved Guam's third economic impact payment program. A total of $241 million will be paid out, about the same as the combined totals of EIP 1 and EIP 2. Those eligible will automatically receive an economic impact payment of up to $1,400 for individuals or $2,800 for married couples, plus $1,400 for each dependent. Unlike EIP 1 and EIP 2, families will get a payment for all their dependents claimed on a tax return, not just their qualifying children under 17. And with more news, here is Tyler Matsanani.
Buenos half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matsanani with your headlines here on The Link. Adelup is standing by their top gun at Guam Customs and Quarantine after pleading guilty to harassing an employee on the job.
Customs Director Ike Pareto isn't going anywhere.
I have very strong confidence in Mr. Pareto, in his integrity, in his management.
Earlier this week in the Superior Court, the director pled guilty to harassment as a petty misdemeanor. The case stems from a July 2020 incident involving an alleged physical altercation with a female employee. According to the plea agreement, the assault charge was dismissed and Pareto was allowed to remain director so long as he keeps his distance from the victim. He also has to pay court fees and restitution, complete an anger management course, and perform 50 hours community service, and he can't possess a gun unless it's for work purposes.
I think that these charges that resulted in him and the disposition of the cases unfortunately get complicated, but I can tell you, coming from the court, sometimes when the way the system works doesn't always allow for what I think is adequate justice, meaning that people get forced to plea to lesser offenses so that they don't get stuck in a court system for years.
But what about victims of crime seeking adequate justice? According to Attorney General Levin Camacho, in every case, the prosecution division's mission is to pursue justice and find out what happened. And although victims do have input, it doesn't necessarily mean they have the ultimate say.
We're not there to necessarily carry out any personal feelings or vendettas between two individuals. So if we reviewed the case and we believed that we would be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt harassment, and that was what the evidence supported, then that would be the thought going into making that offer in that plea agreement.
And as for Adelup, they'll continue standing by their customs director despite an offensive tap on the shoulder.
I'll say this, that I have been purview to information I've heard from the investigators. The initial arrest was not based on extensive investigation, and I remain very confident and supportive of his leadership. I regret that this conflict with the employee, who I also know and I have a regard for, resulted in this. But I have to say that Mr. Pareto is the right leader for that job right now.
Give us our land back or pay just compensation for its taking. That's the long-standing plea of ancestral landowners who are still waiting for the government's help. The legislature called a hearing on Thursday to once again tackle an issue that has remained unresolved for decades.
And then one more question.
The request may be simple, give us the land back or pay us for it, but the resolution has not been. An oversight hearing on the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission shed light on the complexities of the issue. For example, Commission Director John Birch says they have some $13.8 million sitting in the land bank to compensate landowners.
Although this may be considered a substantial amount, it is not enough to justly compensate all the dispossessed ancestral landowners. There are thousands of original landowners and/or their heirs waiting for compensation.
And not only is there not enough money, says Birch, there's not enough released land.
As of today, the Commission's aggregate amount of land returned is approximately 2,643.12 acres. However, the Commission cannot move forward with its mandate to compensate dispossessed landowners whose lands cannot be returned until the land bank rules and regulations are finalized.
The most recent proposed rules and regulations in 2017 were rejected by the Attorney General's office. Birch says the AG determined they lacked an economic impact statement, they contradicted the purpose of establishing a mechanism for compensation, they were ambiguous on the definition of a land bank beneficiary, and they violate the separation of powers doctrine because of a lack of legislative guidance. So now the committee plans to continue the hearing to further sort through the issue, including the return of excess lands by the military. In the meantime, thousands of heirs, including Mrs. Julia Wustig, will continue to wait.
I am here today with our whole Ulloa family, members to honor our ancestors, our parents and grandparents, and I support the return of our ancestral lands to the rightful original landowners. Siduos Maasi.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Inarajan is now officially Inalahan. Governor Leon Guerrero traveled to the southern village to sign into law a bill by Senator Telo Taidagui that changed the legal name of the village to its Chamorro pronunciation.
The signing of this bill is a testament of how important it is that we continue sustaining the values of our Chamorro culture through demonstrations of protection of our language, our culture, and so forth. So,
Viva Inalahan! Viva! Viva Inalahan! Viva! Viva Inalahan!
Residents of Inalahan turned out at a public hearing earlier this month to voice their overwhelming support for the renaming. That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Thanks, Tyler. The search continues for 71-year-old Fernando Canlas. It's now been several days of search and rescue efforts. According to Guam Fire Department spokesperson Cherika Targaloff, GFD is now moving their command post to the area across the Our Lady of Lourdes Church in Jigo after a possible sighting of Canlas early Friday morning. If you have any information that can lead to the whereabouts of Fernando Canlas, please call 911. Police are asking for the public's help to find a 27-year-old Segundo Aguero Sablon. He's wanted for questioning by GPD Highway Patrol investigators relative to a fatal crash that occurred on March 23rd in the village of Barrigada. He is believed to be armed and dangerous and should not be approached. Sablon is described as 5'6", brown eyes and brown hair, and has several tattoos. He was last seen along Route 8 by SK Laundromat. He's known to frequent Westbrook Street in Barrigada and Robot Street in Mongmong. If you know of his whereabouts, please call 472-8911. More details have been released about an an ancient burial site at the Marine Corps Base Camp Bloss, believed to be from the pre-Lati period. Acting State Historic Preservation Officer Carlotta Leon Guerrero says she released the 6-paragraph preliminary report at the discretion of the governor. In the public interest, the report was sent to her by military archaeologist Ronnie Rogers. He noted that significant new information was obtained from about 12 burials found at the site. It was evidence of complex burial practices. The skulls of 3 individuals were removed. The report states that this appears to be in keeping with historical accounts of allowing remains to decompose and storing skulls in the home. The report also notes apparent intentional cremation. It adds that it's not clear why so many different practices are going on at once, and speculates that it may represent different use periods or different treatments for individuals with different status. The report comes after public complaints from activist groups about the lack of information from the SHPO on the burial findings. 2 new COVID-19 cases were identified out of 127 tests performed Saturday, April 10th. According to the Joint Information Center, to date there have been a total of 7,837 officially reported cases of COVID, with 136 deaths. 31 cases are active, and more than 7,600 people have recovered. The CAR score is still at 0.2. Also, community testing and vaccination clinics continue at different sites. Free community testing is set for 9 a.m. to 12 noon at the Old Carnival Grounds in Tiedzin today. Up to 150 tests will be offered at this site, and no symptoms are needed to qualify for testing. Bring a photo ID. Minors must be accompanied by a parent or legal guardian and provide government-issued identification to validate age. The parent or legal guardian will also be required to sign a consent form on behalf of the minor to be tested for COVID. For the safety of the community and nurses, only 4 people per vehicle are allowed to be tested. Tiedzin High School's COVID vaccination clinic for its students takes place from 9 a.m. to 2 o'clock this afternoon. This students and their parents may register at tinyurl.com/2T8VV3K. Students must be accompanied by parent, guardian, and must submit a consent form prior to vaccination. Students are required to bring their shot records with them to the clinic. For more information, you can call 300-5570. Again, that's 300-5570. A village vaccination clinic in the meantime is scheduled for today from 9 a.m. to 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Petey at Our Lady of Assumption Church. Those due for their second dose will be prioritized. Bring a photo ID and COVID-19 immunization card. Walk-ins are accepted, but residents are encouraged to register with the PD Mayor's office by calling 472-1232, 472-1232. As for the University of Guam Fieldhouse vaccine clinics, all spaces are booked through April 17th. However, walk-ins will still be accepted, just $15 an hour from noon to 6:30 p.m. For more news, go to KUAM.com and stay tuned to the link for more after the break.
The world of television is more exciting.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
It's Dirty Politics, weekly on The Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Bud Light Seltzer, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Ooh, I can tell by your eyes that you probably been crying forever. And the stars in the skies, they don't mean nothing to you, they're a mirror. I don't wanna talk about it and how you broke my heart.
Hiya, Day.
If I stay here just a little bit
Rod Stewart?
Yep.
As performed by Serena and Paige. I don't want to talk about it,
Oh,
but we have to.
you capture some of those emotions. It's like, hey, do you really want to go back to that dark place?
Yeah. I don't want to talk about it.
When someone broke your heart, or even worse, you broke someone else's heart and you got to live with the guilt.
It builds character, Jay.
Yeah. It's long-term character building at the expense of temporarily being soul-crushing.
It's called scar tissue. 6:43.
We've all been there.
Good morning.
Some of us more than others.
We're going to play this song from the soundbite, from Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, and they really rolled out the defensive for Customs Director Ike Pareto, which I feel is very unfortunate. I mean, they didn't even say anything about that he did something wrong, right? I would have just been like, first of all, we spoke to the director. He regrets it. We worked with him. He guarantees not something like that. Not just whole the investigators don't know anything. Oh, the courts, it's complicated. Oh, they got to plead down to a lesser charge so they don't go to court forever and on and on. And then the AG had come out and said that, what was it, Bree? He said that the AG's office is not the personal lawyer for people with vendettas or something along those lines. So anyway, we're just play this out from Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio on Customs Director Ike Pareto's guilty plea. Here we go.
That's a good question, actually. My assessment of that, and I'll tell you that I think that Mr. Pareto having to plea to something like that because points to what I think are flaws in the criminal justice system. I have very strong confidence in Mr. Pareto, in his integrity, in his management. I think that these charges that resulted in him and the disposition of the cases, unfortunately, get complicated. But I can tell you, coming from the court, sometimes when the way the system works doesn't always allow for what I think is adequate justice, meaning that people get forced to plea to lesser offenses so that they don't get stuck in a court system for years. And it is a reform, I think, that needs to happen. I'll say this, that I have been purview to information I've heard from the investigators. The initial arrest was not based on extensive investigation, and I remain very confident and supportive of his leadership. I regret that this conflict with the employee, who I also know and I have a regard for, resulted in this. But I have to say that Mr. Pareto is the right leader for that job right now.
Got his back. And it kind of sounded like Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio was speaking from experience there, Bree, having been the court's administrator.
Mm-hmm. What I thought was also interesting is that he had purview to the investigation.
That to me was like, how come more people didn't raise their eyebrows? So we let the lieutenant governor check out investigations from the AG's office? And the right word is actually privy. I think, I don't know. Yeah, I just feel like anytime we get an administration bending over backwards to defend somebody who couldn't even control their temper on the workplace, it's just bad. It's bad. And that was their spin, was to say like, oh, well, yeah, it's complicated. Sometimes you got to make a plea deal. Because I guess on the other side is if Mr. Pareto had fought the charges, it would have taken years or whatever. And then also that little piece about him being able to somehow look at this investigation into Mr. Pareto, which to me just makes the whole thing suspect. Because it already seems like a sweetheart deal. And it is. I mean, let's just be real with it, you guys. But anybody else out there who did something similar to this, man, I feel bad for you. If you're not entitled, woo boy. Okay. 6:47, we're going to take a really quick break and come back with Jason Solis, everybody's favorite, and a great interview with an aspiring young off-island Chamarita artist.
When you want to make the most...
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly email newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com.
That's what it's all about here on The Link on a beautiful Monday morning. Music is the universal language. It's been written about by scholars and scribes for generations about how it can soothe the savage beast, how it brings people together, how it's its own social currency. But music is something that if you're fortunate to do that for a living, you are living your dream and a good life. And someone who is doing just that is a first-time guest on The Link, but her dear old dad is a member of the Link family, and he's been with us for a long time, and he is en route right now. Nestor Quintanilla, you guys see him all the time in comments, and he said he's heading down to Florida. So Nestor, we wish you a safe and speedy trip. But his daughter Jada Morian is joining us now. We featured her music more than a couple times here on the show. So Jada, half a day. Hello to South Carolina. How are you doing today?
I'm pretty good. I can't complain. It's a beautiful day here, so I'm feeling really good.
What's the temperature there in the Palmetto State today?
It's about 75 degrees.
Oh my gosh.
So not a bad day.
Yeah, which for us out here on the other side of the world and us close to the equator, that's basically Antarctica. So like anything below like 77, we're like, nope, staying inside.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a good day for us. So
yeah, and your dad, of course, Nestor, you know, like he's such an active member of our community right here. We appreciate his insight. And you know, he has promoted you, told others about like, he's like, please check out my daughter Jada's music. You know, she's really, really talented, which we all agree with. We played your jams here and instantly, I mean, had such a positive reaction. Let's get started by saying, you know, where and how did you get into music, and how did you know that this is something that you had a gift for and you really wanted to, you know, work and spend a very long time honing your craft and really, you know, do for a career?
So it started when I was young. So story tells it, let my father tell it. I've been humming myself to sleep since I was about 3 or 4 years old. So music has always been embedded in me. My dad was a guitarist. He comes from people who can play the guitar as well. My mother, on her side of the family, all singers. Church grown up singers, so really, really talented women and strong, powerful voices in my family. And I just so happened to end up with a beautiful singing voice. So as I was growing up as a young kid, I just always used to perform. Like my dad would have barbecues or just like events with his military people, and he would just ask me to come sing songs, and I would. Mm-hmm. So he'd just pull me up there and be like, hey, sing this song for me and I'll give you $20. And I'm like, okay, cool, I'll do this. So it started off, you know, just kind of like little performances here and there. And then one day I signed up for a talent show in elementary school. And when I got on that stage, I just knew it. When the crowd stood up and when I was done singing and they had the applause going, everybody was excited, cheering. I was like, wow, I can do this. Like, I really want to do this. So as I got older, I just kept singing. I kept writing music. I kept rapping. It really hit me though in high school, my junior year. I actually took the initiative to graduate a whole year early. So I worked really hard just so I could graduate early, just so I could have that break from going straight into college to dedicate myself to music and see how far I could go before going back to school. Because that, to me personally, school has always been my plan B. Mm-hmm. For me, plan A was my dream, you know, going as far as I can, pushing down every door until I'm just told by the universe no, which hasn't happened yet. But just music has always been something I've wanted to do, and I've known that since a little kid.
And even if the universe says no, as long as you believe it in your head and your heart, and you've got like a strong family and an entire island that supports you and everything like that, you can do anything you want.
I'm gonna keep going. I don't take no. So.
Yeah. Well, and you know, have you lived in South Carolina your entire life, Jada?
No, I am a former military brat, so I've moved around. I've lived in Ohio. I've lived in New York. I spent a little bit of time in Tennessee, and I've also, most of my childhood was spent in Germany growing up.
Okay.
So
yeah,
South
and your
Carolina
dad, of course, is a military
stop.
veteran, and, you know, we appreciate Nestor's, you know, we love him for the service that he provided, keeping us safe. So thanks a lot, Nestor. Shout out to Nestor. But, you know, South Carolina, you know, the place where you call your home now, has a very strong musical community and everything. What do you take away, and where do you draw your influences from there? Because I mean, I don't want to be obvious and say like Hootie and the Blowfish, but I mean they are like one of the biggest acts to come out of South Carolina.
Right. So a lot of my influences, gosh, it ranges. I mean, I'm a true music lover, so it goes as far as rock and roll and country music for me. But some of my top music influences definitely be like Beyonce, Aaliyah, and then when you take it to the rap style, I think of Lil' Kim, Tupac, Biggie.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you're talking about just music and singing, Freddie Mercury, Adele. So for me, it's just a wide range of people who have helped me cultivate my sound, is what I'll say. So it's been a village, definitely, just listening to music, the different styles, the instruments, the lyrics, all of that. It came together and it created me. So that's how I feel about it. Like I took a little bit of everything and kind of just found who I was in that. So yeah.
Well, Guam, we appreciate good music from all different types. And the village where your dad is from and everything, Agate, is down in the south and has a very, very strong musical history itself. And I love how you said Aaliyah, because the first time we played like one of your tracks, everybody here, we were jumping in, this song bops. And we could really hear a definite Beyonce and Aaliyah influence in your style and everything. And we played your latest video, Makes You Want to Say, about a week and a half ago. And I just, there was a time when I was in college, I was a music journalist, and I was like, I love how you do, the more operatic vocals and everything like that. But then you get into the breakdown, and then you completely went into your rap, which was totally cool. And it is not easy to do. There's a lot of people, professional musicians, who couldn't do that, and they wouldn't go outside their comfort zone and everything like that. So talk about how you kind of combine those styles.
So actually, I didn't always know I was a rapper or had the gift of being able to write raps as well. I actually figured that out maybe my sophomore year of high school. So I had just been singing up until that point, and it started with rap battles. So I went to this high school called Southside. It's a predominantly Black high school, and a lot of the most popular music at that school was hip hop. And one of the most fun things to do in the lunch table was battle rap,
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So kids would just start beating on the tables, and we just sit around freestyling in class, waiting for the teacher to come back. And I was like, oh, wow, like I'm actually good at this. Like I really have bars. And then I started writing raps to actual beats that I was finding on YouTube, and it just kind of went off from there. And the way I combined it was that I want to be different. And the main thing about my sound is that it's very versatile. So I wanted to make sure I made that a point. Like a lot of people sing and a lot of people rap nowadays, but you hardly ever see an artist do it both. They usually have a featured rapper on their song or a featured singer. So I took it upon myself to be that double threat, So I wanted to I have this mentality, like when I hop on a song, I'm going to feature myself because I can rap. So, or I'm going to feature my singing in the hook. So that's how I do it. So.
I love that. Cause I guess when you get into the professional, and we're all in favor of you when you sign that record contract, if you can put Jada Morian featuring Jada Morian with special appearance by Jada Morian, you're just going to make 3 times as much money. Cause you get to claim intellectual property off yourself. So that's a really smart business move. Okay. Right. Now I'm going to ask you I'm going to hold your feet to the fire for a second. Can you give us a little bit of a freestyle? Just go off like the top of your head, or maybe give your do your rap breakdown from Makes You Want to Say.
Okay. I can tell you never had a chick that really held you down. Call you out on how you moving so you won't look like a clown. If I tell you that I got you, I'ma always be around. But if you ever take advantage, then I'm going out of sound. Told me you done been hurt, but that was then and this is now. Made a promise to be loyal, keep my word, that's a vow. Let's be there for each other while we figuring it out. There's no need for the drama, toxic habits not allowed. I just want to love on you, build what you get the picture. Don't listen to your friends, you can't put them in the mixture. No pressure to be perfect, I'm not here to be a fixer. If you ever take advantage, then I'm gone.
Nah. Okay, tell me now about your writing style. First of all, that was amazing. When it comes to you being a songwriter and someone who's putting their heart and soul into your music, where do you draw inspiration? When you're writing lyrics and do you write your own music too? And do you have an idea of when you want to lay out these vocals, how you want to structure it?
So, my writing style, as far as like where I get my lyrics from, where I get the emotion, I pull that directly from my life and my experiences. And all of the music that I have ever put out, it's nothing fake, it's nothing gimmicky. it's no facades. It's pulled from directly from what I've been through, what I've felt, what I've seen growing up, the things that have hurt me, the things that have helped me, the things that have healed me, the things that have shown me love, all of it. The nitty gritty, the good and bad, I put that all into my music. I truly put myself into my music. It's deeper than just my heart. It's deeper than just my mind. It's deeper than just my soul. It's me in its entirety. And as far as the way I structure music, I really never have a plan. I hear a beat and I just go from there. I don't know. For me, it just flows. I never really like sit there and write down like, okay, I'm going to do this line like this and this line like this. I kind of just let the creativity just flow as I'm creating. That's just my way of doing it. I completely just immerse myself in the beat, the vibe, whatever I'm going for, and I just go for it. So that's my process. It's complete creativity, natural, organic, raw, straight from the mind. So
when are we going to get a Guam song?
When I can speak the language.
You just do one about them. Have you ever been? You haven't been back, right, at all?
I have never been to Guam, no.
So what does like your dad tell you about growing up in Agate? Because I mean, it's one thing to be from Guam, but to be from Agate, that's like deep south.
Are we allowed to talk about those stories on here?
Sounds gangsta. Jada, how hard has it been for you to kind of get your music out there and to do the things that you want to do with this music thing, having just gone through this pandemic and the COVID?
Man, I can't lie. It's hard. It's so hard. Like some days I'm like, man, like, am I ever going to make it? But the hardest, I think the thing has been is pushing yourself to that audience, because sometimes it takes a certain amount of people. Sometimes it takes knowing certain people. So for me and my dad, just kind of trying to get it out the mud per se, like really just going around doing what we're doing, like right now, pushing ourselves to whoever will take us. That's been our process. And that's been the most successful thing. I think that during this pandemic, it's kind of helped me in a way. It's kind of helped me sit back because, music's not moving as fast right now. People aren't touring. It's not just a surplus of a bunch of people trying to come into the game. And I think a lot of people had to just be themselves in their art right now, just building up that foundation, building up that vault for when this pandemic, kind of sits aside and we're allowed to be free again. But for me and my dad, I think it was a great thing because we became a team. Before this pandemic, I was kind of doing it on my own, but now that this pandemic happened and just being at home all the time with your family, being so closely connected with your family all day, every day, more than usual, we decided to form a team. So I think that's been the best thing that's been helping me. So,
you said that you don't know the language, but do you know the food here?
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes.
What's your favorite Chamorro food?
Chicken Kelaguen. That's my favorite. That's my favorite. That's my favorite. Oh, that's my favorite.
Has your dad taught you how to make it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Now, memory kind of shot, but yes, he's definitely made it a point to immerse us in our culture as much as possible since we were little. So it's not like it's forgotten. The only thing I just don't know how to speak Chamorro, and I've never been there, but both things are on my bucket list. So both things.
We got to get that Chicken Kelaguen rap. Do you want to be my friend? I got some Chicken Kelaguen.
Hey Jenny, you got your backup singers right here. The three of us in this room.
I'm more of a writer, but yeah, Jake can do harmony.
We will gladly back you up because I can guarantee you, when I'm saying when, not if, when you come out to Guam, reconnect with your island roots and everything like that. There's going to be an entire community of people that are going to welcome you with open arms, that are going to come to your show, support your career, and really get behind you.
I truly can't wait.
That's
like the piece that's missing for my identity. I can't lie. Like, been wanting to get there so bad, but when I look up the plane tickets, I'm like, woo,
yeah.
Lord.
Well, Jay, let me ask you, how has gigging been for you, like in the last year? Because you said, you've got experience, doing talent shows, and you've been around South Carolina performing and everything like that. The last year has been so crazy for musicians from all industries and all genres and everything like that. What have you been doing to, make sure that you stay sharp and stay busy and stay creative and everything, but make sure that you're still getting your name out there?
So what I've been doing right now is just focusing on content creation. I can't lie, me personally, I don't want to contribute to the sicknesses that's going around. Like, I don't personally I'm trying not to participate in too many shows, because to me that's adding to the problem, especially when you think about most of these clubs and stuff shouldn't be open right now, and the regulations. I don't know how it is in Guam, but here in the US it's kind of like everybody's just like, whatever, you know, some people care, some people don't. And most places that would have me as of right now, the regulations aren't, you know, they don't really follow protocol, and I'm trying to help this thing be over with. So I've been trying to just, you know, focus on just being in the studio where, you know, it's just me and that other engineer and that's it. Just focusing on making music videos, but not really, as far as gigs, I haven't been too focused on that, not right now at least. But as far as keeping myself sharp, practicing, you know, I dedicate myself 4 hours a day to singing, writing, rapping. Even if I have even if I'm tired and can't do it, I will still sit there and listen to my songs and be like, okay, take notes then, watch my videos, take notes then, what can you do better next time? If you don't feel like singing today, if you don't feel like rapping, if that's just not the mood, how about you look up the next videographer you can work with? How about you study some of your favorites, you know? So that's what I've been doing. I've just been focusing on developing myself personally as an artist.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for your time, Jada. We're actually going to close it out and play your Make You Say video. So
we need
thank
to hook
you.
her up with that record producer from Guam. He's in California. He's done work with PMEA.
Right.
Gosh.
Yeah,
Park,
we know a few people,
Park?
Jada. We're going to get you in touch with some
David,
people.
Yeah, David Park.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Thank you, Jada. Enjoy your weekend there in South Carolina.
You guys too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Right on. That's cool. We're getting on that Chicken Kelligman song.
Yeah.
What do you think? Like a video of her making Chicken Kelligman?
Dude, totally. And you know, even though she hasn't been here yet, you can tell she's got, you know, I mean, she is a Chamarita at heart, and you know, Nestor's raising her the right way, and making sure she's aware of her heritage, and she is a phenomenal talent.
She might come here and not want to leave.
Right. Thank you, Jada. We'll see you. So this video is from Jada Quintanilla. It's called Make You Want to Say, and you got it right here on the link. Good morning.
Yours, that's never gonna change. I'm on my way to you. Can't wait to see the look all over your face. If I tell you it's yours, don't hesitate. You don't ever gotta worry about I'm taking your place. Just don't go giving my love away. Type of love you say, oh, don't wanna let go. Hey, no point in wasting time, tell me what's it gonna be. Don't care what they say, they can see what I see. I'ma hold it down, you should know it's guaranteed. Pride to the side, you the one that I need. I can tell you never had a shit that really held you down. Call you out of how you moving, so you wallow like a clown. If I tell you that I got you, I'ma always be around. But if you ever take advantage, then I'm going out of sound. Tell me you done been hurt, but that was then and this is now. Made a promise to be loyal, keep my word, that's a vow. Let's be there for each other while we figuring it out. There's no need for the drama, toxic habits not allowed. I just wanna love on you, build what you get the picture. Don't listen to your friends, you can't put them in the mixture. No pressure to be perfect, I'm not here to be a fixer. Got your homies thinking, dang, how he be the one to get her. Know you want the real thing, not a fling, best believe that my love is so good, you miss me before I leave. He done hung his jersey up, saying, girl, you all I need. Never had no one like me, different type of dick you breathe. Say, no time to waste, boy, got nothing to lose. Just tell me straight, no clues. Now we caught up in the moment, the heat. Your hands on my body, taking over me. It couldn't be clearer that we're meant to be. Say, swear that you'll never leave. Baby, I see it and I feel the vibe. You're mine, all mine, look good when we're side by side. Baby, I see it and I feel the vibe. You're mine, all mine, look good when we're side by side. It's just us against the world, what they say, it never faze us. No, we far from perfect, but it's worth it, wouldn't change us. Oh, yeah. Type of love make you weak and it's got you saying,
And man, thank you to Jada. Thank you for Nestor for allowing us to like just listen to some of the all over the world. You guys, please support her. We had her YouTube channel up right there. Her music videos are fire, as the kids say. And she's on Spotify, she's on YouTube, she's on SoundCloud, she's on all different music platforms. Please support her. Please let her know that you are behind her 100%. She is making her dream come true, and there is nothing more beautiful in the world than that. The link will continue on this amazing Monday morning. We got a lot coming up, so please stay tuned.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Start to feel a fresh vibe from me. It takes a talent, natural ability. You can't resist my command. Although I told you I'm a one-woman man, I said I'm a one-woman man. I'll do the best I can. Away now, I am a one-woman man. I'll do the best I can. You say you're ready, but it's hard to stop. Spilling on the radio, ready or not. Play it, DJ, one more time. Reverse communication, stop, rewind. Top creator, top of a selector, burn
56 Hope. Fresh vibe on this Monday morning. Good morning. Hey. Monday, April 12th. Yeah, Jay?
We got a really, really heartfelt comment. Nestor Quintanilla, who again is en route he's traveling to Florida. And he goes, "We thank you very much for all the support for Jada, his daughter. We truly appreciate it. 3 exclamation points. We'll be in touch. Thank you again for having my daughter on."
Right on. 7:15. Who we got on now? Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room. Every Monday, we get the Mayor's Council of Guam on for a weekly update. And Mayor's Council President Jesse Alec has brought along a couple Neighborhood Watch Program commanders. From the village of Agania Heights, we have Jenny Regis. Good morning. Unmute. Unmute. Good
morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
And then from the Jotnia Neighborhood Watch program, we have the Commander Lou Metabusan. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
We'll just start, and we're going to get to you, Mayor Alec, but I guess we'll just start with Jenny. Tell us what your role as Neighborhood Watch Program Commander involves, and just a little bit more about the Neighborhood Watch in Agani Heights.
Okay, we started our program in 1995, so I believe we were one of the first villages on the island to establish a Neighborhood Watch program. I am the area commander, meaning I am in charge of the Village Neighborhood Watch program along with the mayor. And then we've divided our village into 4 sections where we have block leaders. A lot of our block leaders consist of LEOs, meaning they are law enforcement officers.
So tell us
our program is, I believe our program is very effective because we have a lot of members involved. We have a neighborhood watch chat, and it's amazing how neighbors are just watching over their neighbors, and it's a very active group. And we appreciate all of the residents getting involved to help this fight against crime, as well as with the assistance of GPD whenever we make our calls to them for assistance. It's just a great program.
Lou, there was just a meeting, right, Bree?
Yeah, there was a meeting last week. It was the first meeting, face-to-face meeting that the Neighborhood Watch Program commanders had. Can you tell us about that meeting?
Lou?
Well, I didn't attend the meeting. I was not able to attend the meeting, but I'm not sure if Jenny or Lou was there. But I do know that they were just trying to restart us all the programs in all the villages, and then to reintroduce the program to those new mayors and vice mayors that just were sworn in. And so, but I do know that they do have active programs such as in Arahan. So I know that even though the mayor is new, their Arahan program continues.
Lou, tell us a little bit about
I wasn't able.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I wasn't able to attend that meeting myself. For Jonia, we didn't start it until 2018, but I believe Jonia had one for quite some time, but I didn't become active until 2018. It's a huge collaboration with all the villagers, and with Jonia, one of the biggest villages on the island, we had to segregate Plaza Gardens, Windward Hills, Menengan, Sunset, as Nyamu. We have different block captains for all those different areas. Also for Jonia, we have an active patrol unit that goes out voluntarily and patrols the villages at night from Plaza Gardens all the way to the main village. And they work in collaboration with the mayor and GPD, and it's very successful.
How does that work, Lou?
So these people that go on patrol, they're actually voluntary. They've been doing it for the past, I believe, year and a half. They use their own vehicles. The community gets together and they donate funds for gas so they can continue their patrols, but they use their own private vehicles.
And have these patrols ever led to, the maybe catching a crime in progress or anything like that?
Well, Well, one night I wanted to see what they were doing, so I went on a patrol with them, and we actually found a stolen vehicle parked in the village in one of the parks. So I was there to see them call GPD and get that all going. But I believe it does prevent those things from happening. They can't be in one place, in all those places at one time, but it is a prevention, and they have I used to have like 3 or 4 people out on the road, but since COVID hit, there's only one person that goes around now, and it's pretty difficult. But like I said, they'll call GPD if they see anything suspicious other than that. But yes, I've been with them when they called in a stolen vehicle that was parked in the bridge.
What about you, Jenny, in Agani Heights?
We actually have a very active watch program. Like I said, it stems from people just passing through on foot through the neighborhood, and that gets reported. We have a neighborhood watch chat, like I said, and that consists of about 330 members right now. So we have a very active group.
What about social media? Do you guys also have social media, Facebook pages and things like that? And do you use that also?
Not at this time. Just the WhatsApp group chat. And then we also we create awareness through materials such as stickers, billboards. We have them at most of the main entrances into Agani Heights, showing that we have an active neighborhood watch program and that the program is in full force.
For Jonia, we actually have a Facebook page. We have 2 Facebook pages. We also have signs out, but that needs to be worked on because we need to like raise funds to get those signs going. I believe we got some from the mayor as well to post on those different areas in Georgia.
Jenny, let's talk about so the neighborhood watch program has been in effect in Agani Heights since I believe you said the 90s. How has that acted as a deterrent to crime? And give us some examples of a few times where the neighborhood watch has led to the discovery of criminals or crime.
Okay, so what happens is normally if there is a suspicious activity or person that is reported, we immediately contact the Guam Police Department. Of course, they dispatch a unit out to the village, and we work hand in hand as far as reporting description of vehicles or persons, and the investigation starts.
Do you have
normally members will post pictures of suspicious persons or activities, and we all do a bolo, and we're on the lookout for those suspicious activities and persons.
Do you have like a specific example though that you can share with us?
Let's see. It's been since our program has been very active. Truthfully, there's been very limited activities happening in the village. So I think it's very, very positive that every village have a very active group participate in this program.
So what is it mostly like? They just send memes to the neighborhood watch program sheet? Chat? Is it like all memes?
Chime in on that.
And then someone's like, hey, someone stole my bush cutter, by the way. Go ahead, Mayor.
Well, no, so in PD, we don't have a Facebook page or Instagram, but we certainly have our WhatsApp communication tree. So we're broken down into blocks as well. And we do have an area commander in PD, 2 commanders actually. And the WhatsApp, in the very beginning when I first started in 2017, that's what it was. It was memes and happy birthday and happy Valentine's Day. But we got control of that. And now it's a lot more just reporting suspicious activity. One of the things that, like Jenny was mentioning, we don't, gosh, knock on wood, right? But we don't really see too much crime because, especially in one area of our village, everybody just looks out for each other, and you just don't drive by because they're going to report your car if it's if they've never seen it before, and then even people walking by. I mean, it's so suspicious these days, right? Just anyone walking by. As a matter of fact, last week there were two teenagers walking around trying to get jobs, like yard maintenance jobs, and it just looked suspicious to a lot of people. So it became, everybody knew, the entire village knew that these two people were walking around knocking on doors, and the two guys were really just looking for a job. And so one of the things that we've established in PD is a vendor verification. So if you want to go knock on doors in the neighborhood, whether you're selling raffle tickets, whether you're a religious organization, or you're trying to just cut grass for a few bucks, you can come to the mayor's office, and if we verify that you're a legitimate business or you're a legitimate solicitor in so many ways, we'll give you a form so that you can present it to the resident, and they'll know that you came to us and you're not trying to hustle them. So it hasn't led to any prosecution, but it's definitely deterred a lot of crime, at least in one area of the village.
Right.
Presently.
Jenny and Lou, what do you make of this? That we've kind of just gotten used to these neighborhood watch programs? Because in a perfect world, right, it should be the Guam Police Department. We should fund it at a level where we have a lot of police presence in the village, right? But it looks like we just kind of gotten used to watching out for ourselves.
Yeah. Well, for Jordan, because you asked if there's any incidences for my patrols, they had actually someone came up to them and turned themselves in to my patrol unit. So they called GPD and they assisted in bringing this particular person to the precinct so they could process him, and they had to write a report and stuff. Since you're asking if there's anything that if they apprehended anyone, well, they kind of, because he turned himself into them.
Wow.
So, but as far as the communication with Jotnya, we have a main Jotnya chat, and then, like I said, we have those branches off to the different areas of Jotnya. The mayor is in all those chats. And anything, we have a neighborhood commanders chat as well. Anything that's shared on that, I share it to my block captains and they share it to their individual. So it's like a tree of communication.
Wow.
That goes down the line. And with Jotnya, and in this day and age where everybody has a camera, if there's anything suspicious or something happening in their area, they actually take that footage and they post it on the chat so that everybody can see the license plate, the individual that was trying to break in. So we do have that to help prevent those types of things.
Well, feel free to add us to your chats, please. Send you our numbers.
Oh. Okay.
Careful what you ask for.
Them notifications, though. Bring, 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 bring. I mean, Jotnya
That's
sounds...
what it's all about, though. That's what it's all about.
Yep, that's right. Jenny, go.
Communicating and watching out for each other.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Jenny. You look like you wanted to say something about just your involvement with GPD in these chats.
Well, we have, like I said, it's just great. Great that the community comes together. And like I said, we have on every block, our village is divided into 4 blocks. And it consists of just a variety of law enforcement agencies and employees. So it's wonderful.
Do you guys also have like a youth crime watch program, or is that just with GPD and the schools?
Yes, we do. We have a youth crime watch program as well.
Is that and how is that like high school kids?
It stems from like normally with our youth Congress reps that we get every election, we get them involved. We have them come and attend our neighborhood watch crime meetings, and we just they're part of the village chat. A majority of that youth crime watch, they're all college students now. Yes.
Well, you're definitely getting a lot of shout outs about how hardcore your the Organic Heights Youth Crime Watch. I'm not Youth Crime Watch, the Neighborhood Watch program is. So.
Can I just comment something about Neighborhood Watch and perhaps some of our members? One of the things that I learned at the very beginning when I came in was that we watch and we report, right? So a lot of our residents are eager and are just in a rush to get it taken care of. And what they do is when they see something suspicious, especially some of our leaders, they get up and go and approach people. And that's definitely one of the things that we don't encourage especially in our PD Neighborhood Watch program is when you see something, you take all the information, all the necessary information, and you report it. And it's not reporting it to the group chat first, it's actually reporting it to GPD. So call it in to the Southern Precinct, call 911, or call the respective emergency agency right away, and then report it on the group WhatsApp. But a lot of times we've experienced in the past where our own residents who are not law enforcement officers, but they're kind of block leaders, they'll get up and they'll just get over and drive over to the scene. And luckily, only to find that they're either just visiting or they're lost or they're looking for someone in particular. But we don't encourage our residents to go out and approach the suspicious activity whatsoever. A GPD is still the law enforcement agency that needs to respond to that. We're basically there to watch and to report. So that's so important for us because, especially if you're not law enforcement, your safety is paramount in this program.
Jenny,
so I don't know if Zonia and Agani Heights are having some issues with that, but definitely in PD we've worked that out, and I think there are still some overzealous neighbors, but they're big and brawn. Let's just hope that they're safe.
Well, GPD actually came out to the villages at one point to educate everybody on what the Neighborhood Watch was all about, and one of those things is exactly what the mayor had just stated. We're not law enforcement. All we're there for is just to log down what you see. Remember what you see, log it down, and do not intervene. Just call GPD so that they're the ones to come in and do what they need to do. But that's one of the things that GPD has done an outreach on, and I'm not sure if they're continuing to do that. They do educate all the villages regarding what our role is here, because it really is assisting GPD with what they need to do by reporting any types of incidents.
Jenny, I'm not sure if I heard whether or not you did or didn't, but did you attend that meeting last week with the committee? Okay, can you tell us what happened during the meeting?
Okay, it was more of a
your audio. I'm sorry. Is there something wrong with our audio? You're really low. Chris, are you can you check Jenny's audio? Go ahead, Jenny.
Can you hear me now?
You're coming out really low. I think you're muted. It shows that you're there. No. Not sure what's going on with Jenny's audio. Sorry, Jenny.
The bad guys are muting her, Mike. Like they're on to us. Well, Jenny, since we don't have you, Lou, did you want to offer anything in closing? Because we still have some stuff to talk about with Mayor Jesse.
Oh, well, she just left.
Oh, Jenny.
No.
No, I'm going to bring her back in.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, Jenny.
How about now, Jenny?
Hi.
There
Okay,
you go.
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I did attend that meeting. It was more of a catching up because it's been, I believe, a year since the commanders have met with the Guam Police Department. So it was a very productive meeting. We had a bunch of representatives from various villages. So we're all working together with GPD to get this fight against crime.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys talk about what sorts of crimes you're really seeing out there in the different communities?
mostly robberies. Like they break into homes and steal stuff, or they break into your car. If you don't lock it, they'll break into your car and take stuff from your car. That's mostly what we see.
Mm-hmm. Is that kind of what you heard, Jenny, during the meeting?
Yes, I mean there was a variety of reports, speeding through the villages and revving in front of homes. We had the most recent one with Sinahanya Neighborhood Watch, where they stole some palm trees in front of a home, but it was returned. Thankfully, I guess because of our active programs in each of the villages, social media really helped with that case. We had another resident from another village who reported that their gas tanks were stolen from their residents. So very minimal. Mm-hmm. But with all the neighbors getting involved in these programs, it really helps keep an eye out for each other.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys?
And when there's that awareness in place, I believe people are starting to realize that they're going to get caught. Mm-hmm. Somehow.
Do the commanders all have their own chat, where
yes.
you guys all communicate?
There's a commander chat.
Yes, most villages have their neighborhood watch chats.
No, I meant with the village commander.
There is a commander's chat for all the villages. GPD is the one that handles that. So what they did was they put all the commanders of all the different villages and they put them on this chat. So it's called the NWP Commanders Chat.
I see. So, for example, on Friday when there was that report of a wanted person, it went into the chat. I would think, and then
they'll put it on the face and description, and then I share that to the block captain.
Okay.
Do you guys screen who's in the watch group? Because what if there's some bad guys in there?
Mm-hmm.
I have the block captains do that, because if I were to screen every single person in Jonya, I won't have a life. So that's why I have block captains. I have block captains that do that for us all.
Well, thank you for what you guys are doing, fighting crime.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Jenny.
Yes, you're welcome.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. You guys stay safe and have a great day.
Okay, we'll see you.
Stay safe.
Don't forget to add us to your chats. Right on. If we pass the screening process.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
See you guys later. Bye-bye.
Right on. Thank you for that, Mayor. Good get.
Thanks too. I just have two things to talk about after that neighborhood watch. The first is the village place names that we've been working on with the Comisión Finalsamoro. So that's the first public hearing is actually tomorrow for the southern villages in Agate at the Agate Community Center at 6 p.m. And Dr. Underwood and former Senator Hope Cristobal will be the ones to lead that discussion at Agate. And so I know that Dr. Underwood is in communication with the Southern mayors. And I did see a press release about it last week. I just hope that it gets out. I'm sure it won't be the last. I know it's the first, but I don't think it will be the last. So just like in Alahan, I think there are other villages, perhaps I think it's Agate and Meleso down in the south that are next on the name change legislation. But this is more than just the village name. It's more about village place names as well. And the only example I can give is from PT, because PT I don't think the village name will change, but there are village place names. And so there's different areas like Tipungan and Espales and Sasa, Aleguas, those types of things. I think the commission wants to identify those and get that on the map, which is important for us too, because we, as a younger, as part of a younger generation, we don't know those place names anymore, and most of our aunties and uncles or grandparents really have passed on. So it's a good move on the commission's part. So that first public hearing is tomorrow, and I get at 6 p.m.
That's cool. Mayor, I have to admit, I mean, it makes me look like a crappy father, but sometimes I'll be driving around the island And my kids, I'll be like, "What village are we in?" And they're like, like, "You don't know what village this is? I failed you."
Right.
So I mean, you're right with the place names because you have your village, and then you have like your Malolos of Inarahan, your Afamis of Sinanya, your
Right,
Asdamo,
exactly.
yep, your Aslucas. Right on.
There you go. And then in Dededo, you have Astumbo, Matete, Matananao,
Right.
right? And so where does it begin and where does it end? And a lot of, I was just seeing on social media about a discussion on Chamorro names or the speaking and the spelling of Chamorro. And I agree on both ends, really, but I haven't really taken a side on, do we worry about orthography and how to spell it correctly, or do we worry about speaking? Because a lot of us, are still struggling to speak it fluently, and how much more to actually spell it and what is correct. And so, of course, there is perhaps a correct way because there is an adopted orthography, and so that discussion I'm sure can get heated, and we'll get we'll get hit on both sides of that for sure. But going down to talking about understanding place names, I mean, sometimes the spelling, it makes a difference, and how words are pronounced. So
Correct.
So that's why I'm not yet sold on either side.
Yeah.
So that's one. And then the last thing that I wanted to talk about was our island-wide cleanup. So most villages should have this week their purchase orders for the disposal of electronics, washers, dryers, microwaves, computers, televisions, all that kind of stuff, water heaters. And residents need to call their mayor's office and figure out how their mayor's office is operating that pickup or that disposal. Every office is different, and it's different because of size, population, and the methodology of the mayor. Some mayors will have a bin where residents can drop it, and other mayors will pick it up and dispose it directly. So the larger villages perhaps may have bins, and the smaller villages may not have bins, and will have to just pick up and dispose directly. But again, we encourage the residents to call your mayor's office and speak to them and see how you can get on a list to dispose these items. Again, they're all recyclables. If they're not recyclables, then they just need to communicate with their mayor on how they're going to dispose those items. But I do have to say that GSWA should be the residents' first resort, because if you pay for trash, you can dispose bulky items with GSWA. You just need to call them, email them, and make the arrangements to get that picked up from your residents. And then if you've exceeded the 5 bulky items per year, then we're here to help out. And we're hoping that with the money that we have this year, we'll be able to service most of the residents before the end of the fiscal year. There is no deadline for the use of these funds, but it is first come, first serve. And as funds are available, we'll continue to dispose these items.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the funding is limited because it comes from the Recycling Revolving Fund administered by EPA, and it's transmitted to us for this purpose, for the island-wide cleanup.
This island-wide cleanup, is this also part of the April 24th cleanup that we kind of heard of?
That's a separate. So it's called the Island-wide Environmental Cleanup Program under the Recycling Revolving Fund.
Okay.
So it just kind of has the same tone, but it's basically the same thing, but they're 2 different programs, and the funding sources are different. So the island-wide cleanup that's hosted by or conducted or coordinated by the Lieutenant Governor's office, their funding source is not. I don't believe it is from the Recycling Revolving Fund. I believe it's mostly private sponsorship and from other sources.
Do you have any information on that island-wide beautification task force cleanup?
I don't have any information. The Lieutenant Governor's office would be the point of contact on that. But I do know that the mayors are assisting with the pickup. I know they've done a good job with assigning organizations to the different areas and different departments in the areas like they normally do. And the mayors are helping with the disposal. So I know we're definitely involved in that. And that's on the 24th of April.
Okay.
Right on, Mayor. You have any illegal dumps in your village?
No, but I have a citation book.
Maybe that's why. Huh?
That was a warning, people.
Yeah, it was. That was a warning. That's Mayor Jesse talking hard, guys.
I do. I mean, it's there are definitely areas that can be done, but then again, with neighborhood watch, right? So when residents see people driving through an area that's not lit, they immediately just post it, and everyone gets all riled up, and then whoever you are, you better just leave. so it works. Yeah, it works. But no illegal dump sites so far.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Right on, Mayor. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks, too. You guys have a good week.
You
Okay,
too.
take care.
Oh, our vaccination is in PD today.
That's right.
Community clinic. So it's 9 to 3, and first come, first serve, of course, 120 doses. And if they finish their 120 before 3 o'clock, then we'll close. I do know that they're offering both Pfizer and Moderna first and second dose. And I think there might be a J&J surprise if there's any. So I kind of heard that. So I'm just sharing that information.
Okay.
So come on down, 9 o'clock in PD at the social hall, the building right beside the Catholic Church.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor.
Oh, you can ask me about our basketball court.
Oh, yeah. What about your basketball court?
Oh.
Our basketball court, we opened it. We officially opened it on Friday. So this is PD news, not Mayor's Council news. But on the PD side, we've had the basketball court constructed already, but because of the pandemic, we weren't able to officially open it. And GTA relocated that basketball court. I know in the very beginning there was a lot of comment about the mayor destroying the basketball court, but it wasn't about destroying the basketball court. It was a good move, I think, on our part with the council, because we relocated it from the Marine Corps Drive frontage into the village. So it's right across the church now, which is a whole lot safer. There's probably going to be less fatalities through accidents there, so if any. And so that was done because GTA leased that property out on Marine Corps Drive for 20 years. And so GTA pays us a lease for that, a lease rental for that. And they relocated the gym. Oh, wow. Wishful thinking. Relocated the basketball court. So we're happy to have that officially open. And I told the guests on Friday, I said, it looks like it's supposed to be brand new, but it looks like it's been used. So it's a good thing because the kids have actually been using it since it was already up before we officially opened it.
Nice.
But we're happy to have it.
So new basketball court, no new gym for now.
no new gym for now. But if anyone wants to give us a gym, can you give me maintenance money as well?
No, yeah, Mayor, this is Jason. You know what I appreciate about that? Because you guys actually have pretty much the same basketball court setup that Manila has, where the court is directly across from the church, like you said. And that way you always guarantee there's always good sportsmanship and good games, because you're directly from a church. So people aren't going to use strong language. You know, they're not going to play dirty and everything like that. There's going to be good games.
We pray for that.
Yes.
Okay, bye for real now, Mayor.
Okay, adios. Thanks again.
Right on. Hey, we'll take a break, come back with more of the link next. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
I've been there before now. I've seen many doors closing now. And now that I'm searching, well, it's you that I'm seeing. Ooh, she didn't want me to go now. Her tears slowly so closing now. And now that I'm searching, well, it's you that I'm seeing. Ooh, find my way back to my first love. Back to my first love. The music, whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love. Back to my first love. My first love. Whoa, whoa. My food now, prepare a life for you, and I believe God bless your womb, provide a son or moon child. You are the apple of my eyes. Believe, find my way back to my first love. Back to my first love. My first love. Whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love. Back to my first love. The music, whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love. Back to my first love. The music, whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love. Back to my first love. The music.
One of my favorites there, that's Marianas Collective. Freddie Berdalio, Gene Castro, and Joe Hernandez with First Love right here on the link, which is proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, Carrier at 647-COOL, and...
Love is kind of the unofficial theme for today when it comes to music, right? We've got, that song playing earlier about like what happens when my heart gets broken, and now it's back to my first love, and Jada was singing about don't cross me because you don't want that.
Also brought to you by Jack in the Box, where the triple bonus jack is back. It's a returning favorite. Jack's triple bonus jack combo, everything you need to indulge at a patty and make it a quad for just $1 more with Jack in the Box. Thank you. Here's what's coming up on the show, the 8 o'clock hour. We are getting Mary Rose from GHRA as the hotel restaurant workers are ramping up their vaccination effort with a little help from public health. And also we'll get UOG on invasive species, our in-depth newscast, and work week weather with Landon Nylett from the National Weather Service is also coming up here on the link. Good morning, Sabrina.
Morning.
Did you guys see what Joser just did? He just did the Mr. Miyagi thing with a fly. There was a fly walking around her. He caught it in his 2 fingers.
Wow.
I've never seen anybody do that. How the hell did you do that?
He's pent up. He was on vacation.
See, I get it's all those years of like spinning the 1s and 2s and everything like that. You get amazing hand-eye coordination.
I always go for a clap. Like I like to kill a fly with a clap, right? Boom, ha.
Here, you may need this wipe, sir.
How's your leave, Joe? Good.
Yeah, what'd you do on your first week of your leave was during Lent, right? So I'm sure you were really, really busy at Momong Parish.
Yeah.
Stations of the Cross every single night, right? There you go.
That was my first week.
That was it. Yeah, right on. I attended Station of the Cross, and I think I took care of my lunges for the month. 7:55. So we got this debut of this cool segment that we're doing for Earth Month, Bree.
Which one?
Dirty Politics.
Right. I don't think it's the debut because we debuted it last week, but yeah, we are.
A new episode
Mhm.
is dropping today.
Yes, it is with Senator Clint Ridgell. We're going to Dededo. It was an area which he, excuse me, organized a cleanup.
That eucalyptus is really working, huh?
Yeah, he organized a cleanup with the FSM community of Guam 2 years ago, and so we went back there last week or 2 weeks ago.
That's the Ukuru pipeline, right?
Yes.
Oh man.
Yeah.
What's crazy about that is you can see it from the road too. I
Well,
mean, you don't
actually,
have to go in.
and you'll see when we play the segment, there are parts of that make it conducive for illegal dumping because there's actually a big part of the Ukuru pipeline that is hidden from the road. But it's kind of like a hill and then a bunch of trees. So,
And that is a utility easement, according to the Guam EPA, I believe.
right. So we'll go in with them. We also just shot another episode Friday at another. This is not supposed to be a dump site. It's actually a local park, but it was just terrible, man.
Okay, and just some BTS, as we call it in the biz, the behind the scenes stuff. These two were not happy when they came back. I mean, it was hot. I'm assuming it stank to high heaven, but you guys were just more upset at just how visually and probably like smell like offensive it was.
The smell wasn't so bad, Jay, but
Yeah.
Really?
It's the dumping there. It was incredible. And it's such a small space, and it's the starting point for the 1,000 steps that hike down the mountain. I'd never been there, and it was just so disgusting, depressing. It was just frustrating.
1,000 steps is in Manila, right? Back
Yeah.
road.
Yeah.
Back road. Yeah.
I've actually never been down the 1,000 steps, but you know, if I do, I'm definitely bringing a trash bag.
Yeah, and it takes effort to get down there because the road is really bumpy.
Yeah, you kind of got off road,
Mhm.
and so it's also another one of these like it's on a dead end, and so people, you know, I just don't get it. It's a residential area, so I'm pretty sure they see these vehicles coming in with like loads of trash, we saw just
tires.
Oh God, it was terrible.
So it was a lot of industrial.
Refrigerator.
It was a lot of industrial waste, or
It was just a lot of everything. Yeah. Take your pick. You want household waste? They had household waste. They had abandoned
Computers,
vehicles.
chairs.
Yep. Hard drives, tires again. It was just yuck. And it's the government of Guam Park. That's what gets me too. It's the Department of Parks and Rec park, and it's actually one of the places that we promote to the tourists to go do. I mean, if you Google 1,000 steps or you Google like things to do on Guam, 1,000 steps always pops up.
yeah, anytime there's like new military people that transfer and get here within 2 weeks, I mean, they're taking pictures like on the east coast of Guam. They go out to like where the limestone is because it's beautiful. Or at least it was.
Yeah. Well,
even the mayor was talking about like the steps. Like you got to be really careful because it's really slippery. The algae that's on the stairs and
right.
stuff. So.
Yeah. So that's coming your way next week. This week, though, we go to Ukadu Pipeline at 7:59. We're coming back on KUAM TV. Okay, so I'm just going to take a quick break, and then we're going to start our show on KUAM TV again. It's Monday, April 12th. This is The Breeze, KUAM FM 93.9 in Hagatni, Guam. Good morning.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab.
Good morning, Guam, and good morning, KUAM TV. It's 8:01 here on The Link, which is brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, Carrier for Americon Babies, iTeeny, and Jack in the Box. Let's go ahead and get right into it. Good morning, of course, Facebook Live. We got a stream on Docomo Channel 10, but all the way on KUAM TV at 8:01. Let's do news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Off it, everybody. About 20,000 EIP3 payments totaling $53 million were processed by the Department of Revenue and Taxation on Saturday and will be transmitted to the Treasurer of Guam early this week to be mailed out. The U.S. Treasury Department over the weekend approved Guam's third Economic Impact Payment Program. A total of $241 million will be paid out, about the same as the combined totals of EIP1 and EIP2. Those eligible will automatically receive an economic impact payment of up to $1,400 for individuals or $2,800 for married couples, plus $1,400 for each dependent. Unlike EIP1 and EIP2, families will get a payment for all their dependents claimed on a tax return, not just their qualifying children under 17. And with more news, here is Tyler Mazzanani.
When it's 10:30 a day, everyone, I'm Tyler Mazzanani with your headlines here on The Link. Adelup is standing by their top gun at Guam Customs and Quarantine after pleading guilty to harassing an employee on the job.
Customs Director Ike Pareto isn't going anywhere.
I have very strong confidence in Mr. Pareto, in his integrity, in his management.
Earlier this week in the Superior Court, the director pled guilty to harassment as a petty misdemeanor. The case stems from a July 2020 incident involving an alleged physical altercation with a female employee. According to the plea agreement, the assault charge was dismissed and Pareto was allowed to remain director so long as he keeps his distance from the victim. He also has to pay court fees and restitution, complete an anger management course, and perform 50 hours community service, and he can't possess a gun unless it's for work purposes.
I think that these charges that resulted in him and the disposition of the cases unfortunately get complicated. But I can tell you, coming from the court, sometimes when the way the system works doesn't always allow for what I think is adequate justice, meaning that people get forced to plea to lesser offenses so that they don't get stuck in a court system for years.
But what about victims of crime seeking adequate justice? According to Attorney General Levin Camacho, in every case, the prosecution division's mission is to pursue justice and find out what happened. And although victims do have input, it doesn't necessarily mean they have the ultimate say.
We're not there to necessarily carry out any personal feelings or vendettas between two individuals. So if we reviewed the case and we believed that we would be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt harassment, and that was what the evidence supported, then that would be the thought going into making that offer and that plea agreement.
And as for Adelup, they'll continue standing by their customs director despite an offensive tap on the shoulder.
I'll say this, that I have been purview to information I've heard from the investigators. The initial arrest was not based on extensive investigation, and I remain very confident and supportive of his leadership. I regret that this conflict with the employee, who I also know and I have a regard for, resulted in this. But I have to say that Mr. Pareto is the right leader for that job right now.
Give us our land back or pay just compensation for its taking. That's the long-standing plea of ancestral landowners who are still waiting for the government's help. The legislature called a hearing on Thursday to once again tackle an issue that has remained unresolved for decades.
And then one more question.
The request may be simple, give us the land back or pay us for it, but the resolution has not been. An oversight hearing on the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission shed light on the complexities of the issue. For example, Commission Director John Birch says they have some $13.8 million sitting in the land bank to compensate landowners.
Although this may be considered a substantial amount, it is not enough to justly compensate all the dispossessed ancestral landowners. There are thousands of original landowners and/or their heirs waiting for compensation.
And not only is there not enough money, says Birch, there's not enough released land.
As of today, the Commission's aggregate amount of land returned is approximately 2,643.12 acres. However, the Commission cannot move forward with its mandate to compensate dispossessed landowners whose lands cannot be returned until the land bank rules and regulations are finalized.
The most recent proposed rules and regulations in 2017 were rejected by the Attorney General's office. Birch says the AG determined they lacked an economic impact statement, they contradicted the purpose of establishing a mechanism for compensation, they were ambiguous on the definition of a land bank beneficiary, and they violate the separation of powers doctrine because of a lack of legislative guidance. So now the committee plans to continue the hearing to further sort through the issue, including the return of excess lands by the military. In the meantime, thousands of heirs, including Mrs. Julia Wustig, will continue to wait.
I am here today with our whole Ulloa family, members to honor our ancestors, our parents and grandparents, and I support the return of our ancestral lands to the rightful original landowners.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Inarajan is now officially Inalahan. Governor Leon Guerrero traveled to the southern village to sign into law a bill by Senator Telo Taitagui that changed the legal name of the village to its Chamorro pronunciation.
The signing of this bill is a testament of how important it is that we continue sustaining the values of our Chamorro culture through demonstrations of protection of our language, our culture, and so forth. So, Viva Inalahan! Viva! Viva Inalahan! Viva! Viva Inalahan!
Residents of Inalahan turned out at a public hearing earlier this month to voice their overwhelming support for the renaming. That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
The search continues for 71-year-old Fernando Canlas. It's now been several days of search and rescue efforts. According to GFD spokesperson Jerica Chargaloff, GFD is now moving their command post to the area across the Our Lady of Lourdes Church in Jigo. after a possible sighting of Canlis there early Friday. If you have any information that can lead to the whereabouts of Mr. Canlis, please call 911. Police are asking for the public's help to find 27-year-old Segundo Aguero Sablon. He's wanted for questioning by GPD Highway Patrol investigators relative to a fatal crash that occurred on March 23rd in Barrigada. He's believed to be armed and dangerous and should not be approached. Sablon is described as 5'6", brown eyes and brown hair, and has several tattoos. He was last seen along Route 8 by SK Laundromat. He's known to frequent Westbrook Street in Barrigada and Robot Street in Mongmong. If you know of his whereabouts, please call 472-8911. Closing arguments are scheduled for today for the man on trial accused of rape, Vianney Jose. On Friday, both the government and defense rested, and alternate public defender Peter Santos motioned for acquittal. Adriana Cotero reports.
There's no facts and evidence that a reasonable juror could come to a conclusion beyond a reasonable doubt that was physically helpless.
Defense counsel Peter Santos moves for acquittal and his client Vianney Jose to be cleared from all criminal sexual conduct charges against him. Jose allegedly joined 2 other men in sexually assaulting a 16-year-old female in November 2018. The alleged rape was unknowingly videotaped by a co-defendant, and a month after the incident, it circulated social media. Santos argues the evidence does not support that the victim was physically helpless and the sex was consensual. However, Assistant Attorney General Christine Tenorio argues the victim was unable to communicate her unwillingness, as the victim testified that she was intoxicated and doesn't remember it happening. Tenorio says there's enough evidence for the jury to make the final determination. The court agreed.
The court again denies the motion for acquittal.
Prior to the motion, Jose testified. As we reported, he is the lone defendant in the case to not plead guilty.
You heard your co-defendants took plea agreements. Were you ever offered a plea agreement?
Yes.
And why did you take it?
Because it would go against my conscience to plead guilty to something I'm not.
He testified that the victim introduced herself as being 18 years old, and on that same evening, before the group sex, she had intercourse with the 2 other men.
They slipped away, and they came back. And then Dwayne was bragging about having sex with her.
Okay, then what happened?
Then I guess Burton wanted in on the action as well. So he extended his hand. She took his hand and escorted to the bedroom.
Jose testified that the victim was not incoherent, and when the group sex occurred, she looked him in the eyes and engaged. Further, Jose stated that he was never concerned the sex was a crime and was unaware a video was being recorded. Although AAG Tenorio argued otherwise, as she asked the defendant to depict the video, particularly the verbiage.
So in the whole 2 minutes, when Burton is he's directing a video, you didn't see or hear him directing the video?
It didn't sound like he was directing a video. It just sounded like he was telling us what to do.
In the video, Dwayne says, "I feel like a rapist."
Yes.
And Burton says, "That's okay. She wanted this. She wanted this." Do you call that?
I don't recall that part of the video. The part where he says, I feel like a rapist, and then where he said, "That's okay." I don't remember that. From my independent recollection, but I do see it in the video.
Closing arguments are set for Monday, April 12th. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
More details have been released about an ancient burial site at the Marine Corps Base Camp Bloss, believed to be from the pre-Latte period. Acting State Historic Preservation Officer Carlotta Leon Guerrero says she released the 6-paragraph preliminary report at the direction of the governor. In the public interest, the report was sent to her by military archaeologist Ronnie Rogers. He noted that significant new information was obtained from about 12 burials found at the site. It has evidence of complex burial practices. The skulls of 3 individuals were removed. The report states that this appears to be in keeping with historical accounts of allowing remains to decompose and storing skulls in the home. The report also notes apparent intentional cremation. It adds that it's not clear why so many different practices are going on at once and speculates that it may represent different use periods. or different treatments for individuals with different status. The report comes after public complaints from activist groups about the lack of information from the SHPO on the burial findings. 2 new COVID-19 cases were identified out of 127 tests performed on Saturday, according to the Joint Information Center. To date, there have been a total of 7,837 officially reported cases of COVID, with 136 deaths. 31 cases are active and more than 7,600 people have recovered. The CAR score is still at 0.2. Also, community testing and vaccination clinics continue at different sites. Free community testing is set from 9 a.m. to noon today at the Old Carnival Grounds in Tidzin. Up to 150 tests will be offered at the site. No symptoms are needed to qualify for testing. Bring a photo ID. Minors must be accompanied by a parent or legal guardian and provide government-issued identification to validate age. The parent or legal guardian will also be required to sign a consent form on behalf of the minor to be tested for coronavirus. For the safety of the community and nurses, only 4 people per vehicle are allowed to be tested. Tidzin High School's COVID vaccination clinic for its students takes place from 9 a.m. to 2 o'clock this afternoon. Students and their parents may register at tinyurl.com/2T8VV3K. Students must be accompanied by a parent or a guardian and must submit a consent form prior to vaccination. Students are requested to bring their shot records with them to the clinic. For more information, call 300-5570. That's 300-5570. A village vaccination clinic in the meantime is scheduled for today from 9 o'clock to 3 p.m. in PD at Our Lady of Assumption Church. Those due for their second dose will be prioritized. Bring a photo ID and your COVID immunization card. Walk-ins are accepted, but residents are encouraged to register with the PD Mayor's Office by calling 472-1232. That's 472-1232. As for the University of Guam Fieldhouse vaccine clinics, or the vaccine clinic there, all spaces are booked through April 17th. However, walk-ins will still be accepted, just $15 an hour from noon to 6:30 p.m. And with Chamorro News, here is Kin Concepcion.
Balikan na presti de sunto de Chamorro gin ni KUAM News para Lunes de 12 de abril 2021. May preba ni US Treasury is in Guam binatres na Economic Impact Payment but EIP na programa. Iputodo para mapasihusang sa 241 milyon pesos. Kana preos tiza na dizang yun na danya EIP 1 ni EIP 2. At sa mga kwalifika ni manapapasi tax sa nizonya dependent sa siyempre marisibi 1,400 kada uno. Ma-release ni Department of Revenue and Taxation ang di fact sheet no temanun tungo ko kwalifikaw. 20,000 putodo ni ufan maapasi sa stamanasan man ma-process ni Revenue and Tax gi-isabalo. Sa siyempre humanay Treasurer Guam taf-taf pago na semana. Yotro, manmamamis ang polisiya judo ni publiko para magkesoda si Segundo Aguero Sablan para magkwestione si Sablan no GPD Highway Patrol investigators para di crash ni Pinino ang taw-taw giza Barigada gidya 23 gimatsu mahonggi na gayad mas sa peligro na taw-taw si Sablan zamong nga mahihuti dazang ginunlii kasi 5 pe size paggadas na linekat si Sablan Club Brown at tadok na ni Gapatulunya jalamigay matatunya yuto mo na biyahe na malii sa ifyo na GSK Laundromat giza Route 8 na talan masangan na seso manawati Westbrook Street giza Barigada zani Robert Street giza Mongmong kumunlii agangin sigida si 472-8911 gimasa sunto maaresta si Kevin Shu Cherry 23 años na edad por empitong familia zani manataka iti mafanan niya gunapatgon todo istidos na nasaki sa misdemeanor sigoni korte gidya 8 gearbid un mapodgi na biktima sa report gi polisiya na sininig US Cherry anya kedengong guma kasangan luki biktima na seso si Cherry at sogi taygwini giza-giza put parewa na klasen Gimasa sunto, i-Republican Party of Guam sa magic si Shelley Gibson para gwiza nuevo na National Committee woman. Si Gibson sa tayo si Margaret Metcalf nung matay gimapos na mes. Yun ang sekretary si Gibson para Republican na partida. Zalamigay sabi na board gobernamento dyan si Bid. Haga sa support ni Republican National Committee. Dyan na edzek si Metcalf isa sa lang niya mo niya yi partida. Yuto mo na artikulo, esta po todo adyan na organisasyon ni Stray Animal Roundup sa manasua 135 na galaw dyan 5 na kato gi sala ni Islata. Sigon ni Departamento na Agrikultura. Gimapos na mes gizatamuning Tumon Harmon na lugar. Makoni 64 na matsalig galaw gitalan ni parking lot na lugar. Guihin na sangsong. Idespues na sangsong para marikonosi sa Aganya Heights. Puno makoni ga ay familia gwini na rin ni Kohi, mamfafay na residente siya o malahestre, igan niya gi Departamento na Agrikultura, no David Uputsi sigaw nilay. Mabibasulo ki tataw siya na jajangin malago haw, pero naketo iga mo gi gumamizu na siguro nagayi ki propriedad mo, parang gogodi. Sinon soda form para registration gi doag.guam.gov/resource. Para opisina ni Departamento ng Agrikultura, gi sa Mangilaw gi David Lemtiaco Building, Animal Health Control Section, pasano ay opisina ni Mahot Mizu. Sinon sa miti registration guato gi Animal Health Control na lugar, dyan pas mo ni 5 pesos sa. Kada dia ungog yasunto sa natikulo siya ni mafafkitay tanota gi finut sa moro. Kung gi isla sa moro streaming radio gi pelagon KUAM. Ano pare KUN.com na ligaw gi exhibition siya ni na fafatu ni KUAM para KUAM News Guausikin Conception.
And that's your news. Stay tuned for more on the link after the break.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Hey, good morning. Welcome back to The Link. Monday, April 12th episode. Proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, Carrier for Americon Babies, Jack in the Box, where you get the new seasoned curly fries, is $3, sauced and loaded. Let's do it. 8:23 right here on The Link, as we do every Monday right around this time, our work week weather forecast with Landon Ilett from the National Weather Service. Good morning, Landon.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all doing today?
We're doing pretty good. A lot of people talking about that system that you had mentioned last week. So I guess we can start there and then just get everything else on. So what's the latest with that?
Yeah, there has not been much change with that system since a week ago when we first discussed it, because that was in the long range models. Now it's starting to get its act together. We're going to see some motion beginning probably later today, tomorrow, and the next several days as it makes its way toward Yap and far western Micronesia. Let me turn my camera around right quick while you prep the slides, Jason. I think they should be in your email. This is the infrared satellite loop showing that broad area of showers and thunderstorms well to our south and southwest. That's Guam right there. This is Yap and Palau. So they're pretty much under the gun of these off and on scattered showers and thunderstorms, kind of in a lull right now. But you see this big cluster of showers and thunderstorms there. That's not the center of this low-level circulation. That's been pinpointed by other satellite tools to be about 5 north, 144 east. That is moving slowly toward the northwest, eventually going to be coming near or in the vicinity of Yap by midweek. That's fairly certain right now as far as the progression over the next 48 to 72 hours. Beyond Wednesday, that's where the models start splitting in solutions, whether you want to go towards the west-northwest and deeper into the Philippine Sea, or as some other models suggest, more of a northward track with more aggressive intensification of this system. We'll be looking at a tropical depression as it nears Yap, a tropical storm or typhoon. That remains to be seen on how fast it gets its act together in the next 24 to 48 hours. I'm going to flip over to the visible satellite imagery just to show you that a little bit of a different perspective. So you see that large cluster as we get the daylight hours cycling through this animation. That's the large cluster of thunderstorms. We're looking at the upper level clouds, the top of the atmosphere. But if you can see deeper down into the lower levels, you see some of those cumulus clouds at the very, just above the surface of the ocean. And that's where we want to look for to see where that low level circulation is. Once we see the low level circulation getting more in sync with the deep convection banding around that low level, that's when we're going to see faster intensification of the system. That's not happening yet. It's still a disorganized and a shared system, meaning it's not stacked vertically the way we want these things to be stacked for intensification. Regardless, people in Yupik, Wolai, Ifilik, Searle, Feis, Yap, and Ulithi, they will need to be keeping a very close watch, because whatever this thing does develop into the next 24 to 48 hours, they'll be taking the brunt of it in whatever form it will be coming their way. Beyond that, remains open to speculation. As I showed you last week, I'm going to flip over to the models. I don't always like to show the models publicly, because that's for the trained meteorologists to determine what's gibberish and what's going to be more realistic in a forecast scenario. So let me see. Here's Guam, Sinamai, Yap, and Palau. This is the European model, the ECMWF. This is showing one of the solutions. So we're looking at Friday afternoon right here with the center of circulation, probably a depression or a tropical storm at this point, right between Yap and Palau. But if we flip to the other model, the American model, GFS, shows a much different scenario with a circulation, stronger circulation, just east of Yap, and then it projects it on a northward track, still to our west, but it does pull up a lot more moisture, showers, thunderstorms, gusty winds over Guam and the Sinamai on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So this paints a wetter picture for the weekend, whereas the other model keeps things pleasant and dry for us across the region. So most likely scenario, we're going to see a blend of these two solutions. We can see an uptick in showers later this week, but the exact forecast is going to hinge closely on whether this thing wants to track west-northwest or more of a northward track. And so that's going to be coming into better alignment Tuesday and Wednesday. So if you go to the slides, Jason, I'll get to our forecast very shortly, and we'll start talking about what to expect in the days to come. So currently, not bad out there. Beautiful, sunny skies this morning. We have a moderate risk of rip currents along east-facing reefs. A fire weather watch remains in effect for Guam. We could use those showers later this week. That would squash our dry conditions, at least in the near term. The fire danger remains high and the moderate drought conditions remain in place for Saipan and Tina. Across Micronesia, we do have a special weather statement in effect for Yap and Plow. If you go to our webpage, weather.gov/GUM, you'll see that pink banner indicating that special weather statement text bulletin link. Drought information state remains in effect for extreme drought at Wachiwa, the Marshall Islands, severe drought for Kapinga Maringi, and moderate drought for Kwajalein. The next slide, current conditions, 80 degrees here at the airport right now, and it's going to increase. Another hot, sunny day ahead of us, partly cloudy to mostly sunny skies today with a few light showers, east winds about 10 miles per hour. Rainfall's been very minimal, but not far from average for this time of the year at about 1.10 inches for the month. Going to our next slide, this is a Facebook page post. This was updated on Saturday. I or my brother will be updating this page later this morning. And on that note, please join us at U.S. National Weather Service Guam Facebook page at 10 o'clock this morning after your broadcast ends at 10 o'clock. We're going to be going live to discuss the latest with 94W live from the Operations Center of the Weather Service. So join us at 10 o'clock on Facebook for more information. So not much change since Saturday. This is where things are going to develop. This is where things are going to take shape near Yap. And then beyond there, where is it going to go? So currently the Joint Typhoon Warning Center has upgraded this to an area of medium. And what does a medium mean on this 3-tier scale? Well, a designation of medium indicates tropical cyclone development is likely, but not expected to occur within the 24 hours we're currently in. So beyond 24 hours from now, we could see that development into a category of high, and then eventually a tropical depression. That's the general status of things as these progress. So the next slide, I'm going to break down these scenarios, the two different model scenarios. One scenario keeps it farther from Guam and tracks it towards the west-northwest, whereas the other scenario keeps it closer to Guam, moving at more of a northward projection. Scenario one, that keeps it away from Guam and the CNMI, a dry pattern continues today through much of the end of the week with a slight uptick in showers, perhaps Thursday and Friday. Trade winds will persist through midweek and then weaken by the weekends. Seas and surf remain status quo as they are right now, not much change. However, scenario two, this is the more aggressive model forecast with faster development, stronger development, and more of a northward track closer to Guam. It's still expected to pass to our west with the dry pattern continuing today through Wednesday. However, the showers and thunderstorms will increase late Wednesday into Thursday and continue through the end of the week, if not into the weekend. Winds will shift to the southeast, becoming stronger and gusty with hazardous seas and surf likely by Friday. So as I said earlier, we're going to probably see a mixture of these two scenarios. But that's going to come into better alignment come Wednesday once we have more information and that circulation starts to develop in the coming days. The next slide, you notice that purple line on the wave forecast. That is based on the more aggressive models. So it picks up these winds in that particular numerical model, and it really increases our seas later this week. It probably won't be quite that high, but we will see an increase in seas and surf as this thing develops to our southwest. Currently, combined seas are at 3 to 5 feet. That will bump up to about 4 to 6 feet by midweek, predominantly with an east swell. So for the week ahead, today, mostly sunny, isolated showers, winds, east 10 to 15 miles per hour. Keep in mind, we do have a fire weather watch, so do not be burning stuff out there in your yards because that could still set off wildfires that you don't want to be a part of. Combined seas at 3 to 5 feet, winds east at 10 to 15 knots on the waters, and surf 5 to 7 feet along east-facing reefs, moderate rip risk. Midweek, Monday night through Wednesday night, partly to mostly cloudy, not much change, isolated showers. East to southeast winds at 10 to 20 miles per hour with combined seas about 4 to 6 feet. Thursday and Friday, that's where it gets tricky. Mostly cloudy, scattered showers, isolated thunderstorms, perhaps gustier winds at times. And then the weekend, if this thing does track more northward and closer to us, the showery weather could continue through the weekend. So we'll have a much better feel for the end of the week come Tuesday and Wednesday. And again, the last slide, join us live on Facebook today at 10 o'clock as we will discuss the regional weather pattern. I'll probably have my brother, he's the senior forecaster on duty today, and I'll let him do the talking for a change, and I'll take a break. So I get to work the camera, which makes it a lot easier for me. So, and that's all I have. It's a wait and see. And the million-dollar question everybody asks in this time of the year with these situations, will it hit Guam? And that looks very likely not the case. So that's a good news for us, and any effects that we could get would bring much needed rainfall. So we're going to look at the glass is half full side of things right now, but we're going to keep a close watch because it's not in the books yet, and we do have to be concerned and keep a watchful eye on things.
Is that a briefing at Civil Defense or a briefing over at NWS?
No, it's just going to be a NWS thing we're going to
Okay.
do here on Facebook Live.
Okay.
It's a tool that I want to utilize more often in our office to better reach people in the region.
Got it.
Thank you, Landon.
Thanks, Landon.
Thank you both. See you next week.
All right.
See you next week.
Stay dry. 8:35. Let's go to the phones here real quick as the search for Fernando Canlas continues up in Jigo, right, Sabrina?
Yes, he's been missing for a few days now. So.
Right. And so we're going to go to the phones where we have, I believe, his daughter, Annalyn Gagarin, on the line. Good morning, Annalyn.
Good morning, Chris, and good morning, everyone. Half a day. This is Annalyn, the daughter of the 71-year-old missing man. It's been 5 days already. First of all, I would like to thank the entire community of Guam for the outpouring support. We've been having support from the Guam Fire Department, Guam Police Department, Army National Guard, Army Reserve, the construction industry, family, friends, and civilian volunteers that's been with us since day one, searching for my father throughout the jungles of Jigo. We continue our search day 5 today in the same area that we've been, in hopes that we find something. But in the worst case scenario, we are prepared for anything, but we just want to see our dad.
Annalyn, there was a report that there may have been a sighting by the church in Jigo. Is that true?
So the past couple of days, we've been getting calls across Jigo Church, right next to Gresco Gas. Unfortunately, we've swept the entire area. We had no luck. We've been there several times. Even as late as last night, we had volunteers that were out there. Still no lead.
GFD, when they issued this alert to the media, they had mentioned that your dad had dementia. Can you confirm that? And also, has he ever done this before?
Correct. So my dad has early stage of dementia, so he can remember things from his childhood. But if you do talk to him, he'll carry out a normal conversation. However, he'll probably bring back his construction days. He doesn't wander around. He's done it before, yes. Fortunately, we were home at that time and were able to find him within 30 minutes. But this time around, it's odd because he went the other way instead of the usual place we find him. So we're really worried about him. So my dad is also battling cancer, and he is going through chemotherapy. So that's another concern that we have. We just need answers. We haven't found any. So we're still hopeful, praying for the best. But of course, like I mentioned, it's been 5 days. So anything that could lead us to finding our dad would be really helpful.
What have you heard from the search, the various search parties, Annalyn? What are they saying, and what are they utilizing to try and get a better way to find your dad?
So for the past 5 days, we've had a lot of assets. I mean, again, we had GPD, GFD. We even had air asset. We've had volunteers that's been using their drones throughout the last seen footage of my dad in the area with within our residence. Again, there's no true lead. Our latest and greatest was the actual footage that one of our neighbors captured when my dad was last seen. Other than that, we have nothing else.
Where was that footage? Like what area?
So it's right behind Pelas and Jigo,
Okay.
just about half a mile from our residence.
Was that the day of, or
The day of,
Day of.
correct. So he went missing around 9:15. That was captured around 10:00 that same day, and that was the last time we ever saw my dad.
What's your gut feeling, Annalyn, after 5 days?
Again, I'm not superstitious, but I do believe the spirits on island are very strong, and that at this point, if we haven't found anything, he's probably still out there. Somebody's taking care of him. We don't know, right? But gut feeling, I think he's still around. He's just waiting for us. But at the same token, we are prepared for anything.
And I know Friday you had sent a message to one of our reporters, Peter Santos, and the family was accepting volunteers. Is there anything you wanted to say?
Yes. So we've had a lot of volunteers since I've put that out. If anyone's available, to volunteer, we will continue our search throughout until we find something. If you would like to reach out, my number is 486-5578. And again, this is at your own time. We've had volunteers that are not part of the chat group that I created, but yet they're like, hey, we're out here, we're looking. So it's been overwhelming as far as support from all over the island. Also, what we've done is the volunteers have posted flyers of my dad outside of Jigo, so they're posted all over the villages, stores. So in case anybody finds him, and for whatever reason in other villages, they know who to look for.
But you don't believe so? He's on foot, right? He didn't get into a car or anything.
Correct. So
Okay.
although he is on foot, at this point we don't know, right? So we're just thinking outside the box. He may be in Jigo. He may not be in Jigo. So we're trying to see all aspects at this time.
Right. Annalyn, and so you said that your father can carry on a conversation. It might appear normal, but then he may also start talking about the time when he used to work in construction when he was younger.
Mm-hmm.
And then also you mentioned that he's on chemotherapy for cancer treatment. So just how mobile is your father?
So although my dad is battling cancer, he is very mobile. He has no other medical conditions, no diabetes, no hypertension. So really it's just the cancer. As far as agility, he can run. He's very active. So he likes to walk around our area. He can last, pretty much. Yeah. And then my dad, he's fondly known as Andoy or Andy. So if you call him by his real name, he's probably not going to respond to you. But if you call him Andoy, for sure he'll just either wave at you or give you a smile. At least he responded somehow. That's what he would do.
And again, what was he wearing? How tall is he? Description?
So the last time he was seen, he was wearing a white plain T-shirt with no writing on it, black shorts and slippers. But on the footage, he was seen barefooted. The footage that was captured, he was barefooted walking across the jungle area. He's about 5'6", 140 pounds, light brown complexion, full Filipino.
All right, thank you, Annalyn. Again, that number is 486-5578 if anybody wants to help the family, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Anything else you wanted to say before we let you go, Annalyn?
That's it. Pretty much, again, just thankful for all the support from all over the island, from the community. It's been overwhelming. I cannot thank each and every one of them. Up to this day, we have a lot of people that would just drop off food for our volunteers, food, water, because they know they come to our house, and then we let them concentrate on certain areas within GIGO. So it's been a lot of support from the community, and I can't thank everyone for that. That's on behalf of the entire family.
Well, our prayers to you and the family, and please give us a call. Keep us updated.
Yes, will do. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Annalyn.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was Annalyn Gagarin. She's the daughter of missing 71-year-old Fernando Canlis. It has been 5 days of searching for him. As Annalyn said, he does have early stages of dementia. He also was diagnosed with cancer. If you can help, please call 486-5578. That's her number. They are accepting volunteers for anybody that would like to participate in the search. So, of course, our prayers are going out that they find Mr. Canlis.
8:45. Let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room, where we're now joined by the president of the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association, Mary Rhodes. Good morning, Mary.
Hi, good morning.
How you doing?
Okay. How are you guys?
We're doing pretty good. Are you doing okay, Bree?
I'm doing okay.
I know you guys have a busy week with GHRA, right?
Yeah, we've been working towards getting our second doses for our vaccination clinics. And then we were also given additional vaccines so that we can immunize more people. So for the month of April, we did receive 1,200 vaccines. Our request was 5,000, so we're still hoping to get more. You know, we really want to see the increase in vaccinations, especially at the workplace. But it's very encouraging to see that, that they've provided additional vaccination clinics to specific communities, right, in certain areas. So I think the key really is going out to where they live as well as where they work.
And so you said that the second dose, there's a clinic. I think I saw somewhere that there's another one scheduled for this week, right?
Yes, we have our vaccination clinic, and we still have some new registrations open. So we have April 14th, this Wednesday, April 14th from 4 to 7. And we have about, I believe, 200 registrations or appointments still open. So if anybody wants to sign up for that, I highly encourage them to come through. We've been timing each of our rapid testing sites as well as our vaccination clinics. And from point of entry, from beginning to end, we average about 23 minutes. And that includes your observation time to wait to see if you have any side effects. And the reason why it's not as long as others is because we do a pre-registration through this online system. And so it really does help alleviate any traffic concerns, any wait times, and then also just a delay in registration. You're able to come in very quickly because we've already pre-registered you.
And what was the turnout from the first one?
We had two previous clinics where we had 200 before and then 600 on March 31st. So we had about 800 in March. And, those were really for proof of concept and to make sure that we had our systems in place. So GHRA worked directly with the Guam Army National Guard, with Colonel Mike Cruz and his team, and then also with GRMC and AMC. So through our joint efforts, we were able to work with public health. And since then, we've been able to get approval for 1,200 vaccines for the month of April.
Okay. Path to Half, May 1st is just a few weeks away.
Right.
Let's talk about the checklist for GHRA to prepare for the reopening.
Well, with the reopening task force, I know that they've been discussing a couple of things, and vaccines is only one of the different strategies in order to get to the path to have. We know that even at 50%, you know, there's a certain amount of people in the community that are still very worried about taking the vaccine, and we hope we've done our part to educate the community. And so we did partner with the Guam Visitors Bureau to do a town hall forum. And so that is actually available on demand. If employers missed the televised date on that, it is available live stream, not live stream, a recording on our YouTube channel as well as on the GBB website. And so we're hoping employers will use that to educate their employees so that they can continue to come out to our vaccine clinics that we're having at the Hyatt. Like I said, we only have 1,200 this month, but we're hoping, especially since Guam was able to successfully get 42,000, and I know they're planning to get more, that we can continue to have more worksite vaccinations. There have been requests to have additional sites as well, but you know, we haven't been approved for additional vaccines yet. And so we'll certainly consider those as we move forward. The other things I know that they've been talking about is rapid testing, and I know Chris wanted to touch on that as well, is, you know, it's important that we not only vaccinate, but if we're going to create that baseline and reassure the public, not just our local communities, but even, you know, our key source markets, we will need to rapid test people as they go to large venues, large events, and then even at the places where they have point of contact with our tourists. And so the other thing that the reopening task force with GBB and GTRA, what they've been talking about with the governor's office, is also testing at the airport and lifting quarantine. So all of those things are being discussed, I know, for the month of May. And so as we continue to work towards vaccinating our community, those other things will become, you know, more of a realization that they'll lift quarantine and then also move beyond just the electronic form at the airport, but really look at testing. The one that we've been talking about more with GBB is really testing as people leave Guam, because they will need to test out so that they have a test before they get to their point of origin, their home country. And so that's really important. And so we're looking at different options. And so I hope that, you know, we'll continue to go down this path and have very fruitful conversations. So we are able to position ourselves with our key source markets when they're ready to go, especially with outbound travel.
Mary, so when you talk about outgoing testing coming out of Guam for tourists, is this something that we would bear the cost of just to, I guess, be nice to the tourists, or is it something that would be factored in? Because it's like a couple $100, right, to get tested,
or is it rapid or PCR?
Right.
It would have to be PCR because that's what's accepted on the outbound. Even with the military, PCR testing is required, right? They don't recognize anything else. And so I know at GBB, it's been in the media at the board meeting, they did discuss proposing paying for it. If you look at other countries, though, they don't pay for that. But you know, other places I saw just recently, like Malta and some other countries, they're giving people stipends for traveling to their places, to their destinations in order to entice travelers to want to come there. So I think that whether it's paying for your outbound PCR test or looking at other kinds of promotional programs, I know that in the past we've compensated agents $100 per seat per tourist to build packages to come to Guam. So that has been in the budget in the past, to put $100 in to compensate agents per tourist. Regardless if it's families, couples, single people, it's $100 per person is what we budgeted in the past at GBB. So different incentive programs have been in place. It just might look differently, right, in our COVID environment. But I don't think that paying for PCR testing or any kind of testing is currently budgeted at this time. But it would take, you know, the new request that Governor Carl Gutierrez and Jerry have put in to the governor's office, out of the new relief package. They did set aside a certain amount that they wanted to request to rebuild tourism. So I hope that those dollar amounts are put into that new budget should they get approved for that funding.
All of that.
Yes. Yeah, there's a lot, like I've always said, it's not just getting ready with quarantine and vaccinations and testing out. We have to make sure we also start negotiating with the airlines and really get ahead of that scheduling, because scheduling takes 3 to 6 months, right? At least 3 months. And then for any of our tourists to consider coming to Guam, it's going to take another 3 months or so. Probably some travelers would be able to book quickly to get here, but there are a lot of moving parts, as we've talked about before. And I think that, the goal has been to get vaccinations increased, and we are doing that. But, we're going to hit a plateau, I think, at some point at the 50% or 60%. So we really have to come up with additional strategies to get people vaccinated. I think that's going to be the biggest thing that's going to affect us in the next month. So really strategizing on how to increase vaccinations is really important. And then at the same time, managing all of the other strategies so that we're ahead of it rather than reacting to it. I think that's going to be really key all at the same time.
Have you heard anything about the further easing of restrictions, capacity levels on May 1, or even another extension of the public health emergency?
No, everything that I've been hearing is as of May, we're planning to lift. We've seen things shift to the right, though, at times, depending on where we're at with the numbers. And I think that it just all depends on the numbers again. Yeah. We've seen things shift to the right each time when the numbers weren't satisfying those who are making those decisions. But I really do hope that, we kind of draw that line in the sand, and so we can move forward on the other initiatives, because it will take some time to build, and it will take some time to build that public confidence. And so the earlier we can kind of get away from quarantine and emergency declaration, the sooner we can all start working towards that rebuilding of our economy. So it's really important to start really meeting those timelines, those milestones, so everybody else can start relying on that. But I haven't heard of any additional lifting of guidelines. I know that there's one thing that we've been asking, public health on is really regarding capacity in ballrooms for events and things like that. That has been limited, right, to 50, but even though you have 50% occupancy, it's still limited to congregation. And so that's what has been a real challenge for a lot of the businesses, is still managing congregation. But the fact that we've seen an increase in that recently, I think is good. And businesses will need to adjust for that, as well as families in our community. And I think people have been doing that recently. I know I attended a wedding recently, and they had to do 2 seatings, just like you would on Mother's Day or other things, is you have to do 2 seatings because you're limited to 50 in a room.
GVB, they just announced those 25 businesses that receive a Guam Safe certification. Is this something that GHRA is kind of working with their membership? Hey, go out and get this certification. It's important as we reopen.
Yeah, GHRA was part of that earlier planning process with regards to the WTTC. And so we definitely want to encourage all of our members. It's on our website, it's on our Facebook page. But like you said, I think that GVB and GHRA will have to start encouraging people to really sign up for this, because right now they announced this about a month ago, and it was right around the same time we did the vaccination clinic and also the electronic forms at the airport. And so a lot of things were coming out at the same time. And so I think we need to give this a little bit more attention to really educate people on how to do this. Right now, it is a free program. All of the forms are available on the GVB website. You can download it. And we definitely want all of the businesses to sign up for this, because then you'll be part of the promotion when GVB promotes the safe businesses that, our tourists and even our local community can go to. So I think it is really important that everybody sign up for this. It is a free program and the tools are available. And we're hoping to do additional things like training, education, to help support the safe health and safety protocols that come with that stamp of approval.
Okay. So, I mean, can you just kind of give us a summary on what exactly this is? It just kind of is like a stamp of approval to say, hey, we're what?
Yeah, it really was developed initially from the WTTC website. The airport was the first entity to receive the stamp of approval. And so GVB received the stamping authority, and WTTC is an international organization. And if you look at other destinations, they really have looked at different programs to consider what do we say out to the community, out to the public, to our tourists and international markets, that we're doing all we can to promote that we are a safe destination. And so the first part of it was to get the stamping authority. The second part was to identify what do you have to meet the minimum criteria to receive the stamp. And so they decided to just go with public health's reopening guidelines. So if you can just meet the reopening guidelines and fill out the risk assessment form, which is a self-guided checklist, and turn in your documents, then you'll receive the stamping authority. We're hoping that this will have also sustainability, where, like I said, we can do training and education. And that's the part where GHRA wanted to participate in with UOG, where we can have classes, we can have booklets, additional forms, signage also is available. If you want to promote your company as being WTTC approved, then you have signage available to put out for POS materials or signage at your establishment. So there are a lot of supporting materials so you can align yourself with this. A lot of markets, a lot of destinations have these kinds of approval. It's not a new program. It's actually a really old concept, especially in foreign markets where, you as a visitor, you're not sure whether or not you can trust a certain establishment. So this is a great way to kind of create some commonality, some basic foundation stuff for us to re-engage with the community and have a simple way to communicate that we have done our part to promote the health and safety protocols. We have basic guidelines from public health, and these businesses meet it. So they've made it really easy for the first part of the program, where all you have to do is actually meet public health's reopening guidelines.
Thank you, Mary.
Yeah, you're welcome. So we could definitely add to it later, but we wanted, we wanted to not make it as difficult as possible. We figured majority of the businesses should already qualify by just meeting public health guidelines.
Yeah, I'm surprised it was only 25. I figured it would be, a pretty big, large number. All right.
Thank you, Mary. Right on. Mary Rhodes, president of GHRA. Let's say bye now because you're blinking out.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. But thank you guys for always following up with us. We really hope, and also we want to hear from the community. So if businesses have any questions, if they need assistance with their reopening, GHRA has always offered their services, as well as, I know the Guam Chamber of Commerce and other organizations who've been really working hard during the pandemic. Our organizations are really here for you as a member trade organization, but there are a lot of regulations even being considered right now that's going to affect businesses in the remainder of this year. And so if you need any guidance or assistance, that's what we're here for. And so certainly, please reach out to us. We would like to know what help you need during this time, even if it's, assistance with inspections or fire department to know your occupancy level. We've provided those services. So we're certainly here to help. Our email is info@ghra.org, and you can reach us at 649-1447 or go to our website, ghra.org.
Thank you, Mary.
Thanks, Mary.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you.
Stay safe and come out to the vaccine clinic May 14th, 4 to 7 at the Hyatt. If you want the link, we'll provide it to Jason so that he can send that out as well.
All right.
There you go. Thank you.
Stay safe.
9:03. Let's go ahead and debut our piece called Dirty Politics. It's episode 2. We're doing it every week during Earth Month. And in this episode, Chris and Sabrina travel to the Ukadu Pipeline dumping site with Democrat Senator Clint Rigel and Guam EPA. Again, it's the link on location. Hold on, it's stuck. Oh, there you go. It's the link on location with Dirty Politics. Good morning.
Dirty Politics, part of Sustainability Matters Initiative, in partnership with the University of Guam, Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Dirty Politics here with Senator Clint Rigel. Of course, Sabrina Salas Mantanani, link on location, and we're at the Ukadu Pipeline. And I mean, it's trashy as you guys can see, but I think the takeaway when we got here right off the bat was it's trashy, but it's not as bad as it used to be. So I don't know if we're settling for calling this progress, Senator, but it is what it is, right?
Yeah, it's definitely, still not good. So people have dumped here again. It's just in comparing it, it's not as bad as it was when we cleaned it up a couple years ago.
Right, and
it's sad just to see that how much has been thrown back here again.
Let's take it back a little bit, Bree. The senator, of course, is referencing a pretty publicized cleanup that he did in this area.
Yeah, you were here April, around this time, actually, in 2019. You conducted a cleanup with the Chuukese community of Guam, the FSM community of Guam, and to come back here 2 years later, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's just it's disheartening to see that be trashed again after we put in a lot of work to clean it up, and a lot of volunteers came out and literally put in blood, sweat, and tears. Literally blood, because a few people actually cut themselves on some items. It's a good thing we had some first aid kits nearby, but yeah, it's very disheartening to see this trash again.
Mm-hmm. Take us back though. How bad was it when you were here 2 years ago?
I don't know how to explain. It's just there was more trash than this. Yeah, there was definitely some more appliances. There were more appliances right in the front of this road, household appliances. It's just the entire sides of this road were just lined with trash. This section right here was filled with trash. There was like couches, all kinds of stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was just more dense. It looks bad now, but if you can imagine, it was definitely worse 2 years ago. There was like no gaps of cleanliness. It was just trash all the way along, and it was deep piles of trash.
Mm-hmm. How did you get all that trash out of here?
Just a lot of volunteers. We packed them all into trash bags, and then eventually I believe it was the mayor's office eventually came and picked up the trash and took it. They didn't take it right away, but they eventually did come and get the trash bags. Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure if someone else assisted, if DPW assisted or not. I'm not too sure.
What do you think is changed? Because you said it looks better. I mean, it's not great, but it's better. What do you think has changed? You think it's the mindset, or people are more aware?
I have no idea. It might actually just be time. Just maybe it hasn't been long enough since because when we cleaned it up, I had the feeling that a lot of the trash was old, because we found like old stuff, Ataris and stuff like that. We found some really old VCRs. Items, VCRs, things like that, where I was like, this looks like it was thrown away a long time ago. So I think it might just be time. I'm not sure.
Right, and you could actually tell, and I think this was an observation from Chris before we were rolling, but he said this whole wall, it looks like it's just a barrier and a berm of trash.
Yeah.
The toilet bowl.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think it's a mix. There's definitely like a natural dirt mound here, but the trash is piled up against it, yeah.
What was it like being out here? I mean, obviously you can see there's a lot of household trash, water bottles, beer cans, food cans. Mm-hmm. But then I know when you were here, there was just a ton of white goods, abandoned vehicles. So I mean, I know it can get disheartening when you're doing a cleanup and you're picking up the stuff that you can easily bag, but what was it like when you guys started getting into the literal weeds and finding all the rusted, corroded metals and just household appliances?
Yeah, I mean, we did a lot of work because we also did our best to separate the trash. I asked all our volunteers if we could put as much of the metals into certain bags and then plastic into other bags. So we didn't just bag everything. We did our best to separate it out as best we could in the hopes of, being able to recycle some of it. But there does look like there's some new abandoned vehicles. So that is one thing that's been added. If you go further down, some of those abandoned cars are new. So that's definitely disheartening. It looks like there's a few more abandoned vehicles than there were before, but seems like less household trash than there was before.
So, this is quite a different story from what we saw in Jigo along Chalon Ramirez, where cleanups will be held and then the very next day or next couple of days, it's back to the way it was, like it was never cleaned. But what solutions do you think we need to do to kind of, I guess, deal with this environmental crisis, pandemic?
Yeah. So I think it's going to take a number of things. I think one thing right off the bat would be we got to get everyone to somehow make it mandatory. Everyone's got to have household trash service. Because I do think a lot of people who are dumping illegally are people who don't have trash pickup service at their house. So they pile up the trash, they find the nearest illegal dump site, jungle, and they just chuck the trash into the jungle. So we need to get that so that everyone has trash service. So I know one of the issues is that there'll be pushback because some people will say they simply can't afford it, right? So that's where we have to come up with some kind of solution where we fund it, I think, so that people who can't afford it can have trash service. There's different ways to do it. One thought that I've had in the past that I may revisit, but I was told it's really difficult to do is, what if we tax some sort of green fee on visitors to Guam or anyone who travels to the island? They do it something similar to that in Palau. They pay almost like a little fee for landing, and that goes towards environmental protection in Palau. So we could do something similar here where we tack on some sort of green fee as tourists arrive. $50, $100, I don't know. I've heard that there'll be a lot of pushback from the tourism industry. I can imagine there might be pushback, but if you think about it, I think it's a worthwhile investment. It would go a long way. That money could then be set aside and used for things like everyone getting government paid for household trash service. And if you did that for everyone, I don't think anyone will complain that everyone's getting trash service paid for by the government, perhaps through this green fee. And then you could require everyone to get it because it's now free. No one has an excuse to not sign up. Then you could cite people who don't have trash service at home because you could say, hey, you got no excuse, it's free, you didn't sign up for it, now you're getting cited for not having trash service at home.
Right. How do we change the mindset? Because you can legislate the fees, right, and the policy, but to me a lot of, and I don't know if it just seems like it's changed since we were younger, but it's just this mindset that like people are not taking pride in our home.
Yeah, that's a good question. Really, I think it comes down to education, constant education. So I remember when I was a kid or when I was younger, I do remember some campaigns against littering. Right. I remember one that sticks out in my head. I always tell people I laugh about it because it's stuck in my head that we would repeat it as kids as somewhat as a joke, but it's because the phrase stuck in our head. It was "Don't mess with Guam."
Right.
And so I remember a commercial where there's like a little boy, someone left trash on the ground, a little boy picks it up and he throws it in the trash can and he says, "Don't mess with Guam." And for some reason I saw that commercial enough times that it stuck. So if I would see my buddy throw his can on the ground and, "Hey, don't mess with Guam," it just kind of stuck in. It's marketing, right?
Right. It is.
And you get that sort of ingrained into people's minds, and I think that's how we can change the mindset. Since then, I can't think of any major anti-littering. There's been some here and some there, but nothing really like a comprehensive anti-littering educational campaign.
Yeah, that's something you should hear, every day. And, we all try and do our part, but you're right. There's no underestimating the power of a good jingle. And, if we remember that from our youth, and it's not just even with littering. I remember there used to be, PSAs about STDs, right? protect yourself, protect y'all. I mean, there were just, it seemed like there were more campaigns and marketing, and that's how you really target those young minds, is with something catchy. And you're right, I think that that's something that should be running like all the time. I mean, every time you turn on KUAM or you listen to the radio or anything, you should hear a public service announcement about, don't mess with Guam or don't litter or any of those things. So you're right. That's great. And Senator, we want to thank you for coming out here. Again, I know it's a little rough because you've been out here. You and this place have history, right?
Yeah, I want to put it behind me.
And we all do. And we're going to go over to our friends at Guam EPA, where it kind of looks like Glenn Nicholas and Nick Lee and they're friends with the Solid Waste Division of Guam EPA are actually actively investigating this dumping here. And this is what they do, man. They go out to these illegal dump sites and they look for clues. I mean, they're basically the Sherlock Holmes of garbage and illegal dumping. They look in there, you'd be surprised, or maybe you wouldn't be surprised about what people throw away. Something as simple as like junk mail could give them really good clues on who is dumping in these illegal dump sites.
Right. So Glenn, if you could tell us what are you guys doing? What are you seeing?
So basically, when we come up to a site, we do a panoramic shot of the site, and then we go through the debris, and then when we find something that may have personal identifiable information, we kind of zoom in and then we start our investigation. So in this case here, we found some possible evidence that we'll be investigating later. So that's the process, and once we find the individuals, then we issue the citation. The judge can require them to clean up the site, but oftentimes we refer it to the mayors for cleanup. And then depending on the number of citations this individual was given, tracking through the court system, they may also need to pay additional fees and fines and also do community service under the municipality of where the debris was found.
Mm-hmm. How often do you find when you guys are sifting through the trash and debris, how often do you find clues and are able to take this to fruition and see closure?
Well, it's a hit or miss. Sometimes we're, in terms of percentage, not very much. So we rely on call-ins, we rely on videos. There was a illegal dumping that went viral. We got a hold of it. We issued the citation the next day. It took us a while to find the individual, but just by luck, we found the vehicle and we recognized it and we issued the citation to the individual.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like you're saying this it has to be a community effort, because your agency, there's how many of you guys working on enforcement?
So for the solid waste management program, there's 3 to include myself and 2 specialists for the whole island of Guam, but we just don't do illegal dumping. We actually also do occupancy inspections for solid waste compliance. We also do permitting, and then of course the plastic bag ban marketplace inspections have taken up a lot of time as well. And then the upcoming styrofoam ban for food packaging, that's going to be an additional inspections that we need to incorporate into our existing.
Sounds overwhelming.
Yeah, sounds like
a lot,
very
right?
overwhelming.
Hi, what's your name?
Darian Mitchell.
Hi, Darian.
Darian's an environmental health specialist. He works under Glenn in the Solid Waste Division, and he's right there, Glenn, inspecting places for occupancy and all that stuff. But, illegal dumping takes a lot of their time away from that. And Darian was just telling me on the side here about how they'll actually go in and investigate these dump sites and look for little clues, right?
Yes, that's correct. Once we find these clues, we do our investigations, and if it leads to a citation, we'll go ahead and issue that. Or if it gets even worse, we'll go ahead, and if it warrants, we'll issue a notice of violation.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been with Guam EPA?
About a year.
A year? Yes. Oh, so you're kind of a rookie, huh? Kind of new? No? So what's the worst I think you've ever responded to?
As far as worst, in terms of worst, probably so far, I would say Swamp Road, and also the street down here, Cruise Street, I believe.
Cruise Street?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you respond to these, because you said you're kind of a year on the job, when you respond to this and you see this, how does that make you feel, considering the fact that it sounds like you guys are direly short-staffed?
That is true. We do what we can. There's no secret to that. If we're short-staffed, we still press on and we do what we can. Like I said, once we do these investigations, hopefully we find enough identifiable information to pursue any actions that we deem necessary.
Right. So we see all of this illegal dumping. Some of this is actually recyclable. People can recycle a lot of this stuff, from aluminum cans to plastic. We've got Peggy Denny, who leads the whole recycling program. What are some options, aside from just doing it the wrong way, trashing our island? What are some options? Where can people go if they want to get rid of their plastic bottles and their aluminum cans, or even, we have abandoned vehicles here too,
right,
and white goods?
So for the abandoned vehicles and bulky metallic waste, they can contact the mayor's office. But for cans, for cardboard, for some of the electronics, the TVs that they're throwing away, paint, solvents, thinners, fluorescent light bulbs, they can be taken to the transfer station in Harmon, and that's free disposal. So they're not going to charge for that. The trash is what they'll charge for at $7.50 for a truckload. So it's, so when you hear that I can't afford it, it's really, I don't want to drive down there. Yeah. So I think that I agree, there has to be mandatory trash service, and then by default you'll get a 95-gallon trash bin and a recycling bin. So I think a lot of these items here would qualify for that. The mattress you can take to the transfer station and pay $7 to get rid of. The bike you can take to the recycling center. They may just take that for free depending on what the market is doing. So a lot of these items you can take. Once we implement the bottle bill, I think a lot of the bottles would take care of itself. And then of course working backwards with the required trash service, then a lot of the illegal dumping I suspect will decrease. I want to say by maybe about 80% guarantee. Is there going to be littering? Yeah, there's still going to be littering, but I think that that's the way forward.
Tell it to me straight. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is our illegal dumping problem on Guam?
So, scale of 1 to 10, I'd say it's I'd say maybe about 60 or 6. And the reason why is because I'm taking into consideration the coastal cleanups every year that we get, and that's like thousands of tons of, that's tons of trash that's collected. And then we have different volunteer groups that collect trash, and that's, again, in the magnitude of, 30 cubic yards or a dump truck, 15 cubic yards here and there. So, and then, with the COVID situation, and the loss of income, I think a lot of people are resorting to this type of activity, and there's just better ways of dealing with trash. And 750 transfer stations open, or they're closed on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, but they're open throughout the week. You can take your your recyclables there for free, and you can take your trash there for $7.50.
We were also talking earlier, you were saying you were hoping that the mayor could have been here today, or even the vice mayor. Sorry we didn't get a chance to give them the call to meet us out here today, but you were making a recommendation that might be able to help with the problem here, and you were talking about perhaps maybe even clearing this area?
What people don't realize is that POL Road here consists of a number of water wells that services the population of Guam. We're over the northern aquifer, and for each well there's like the 3 transformers at the telephone pole is an indication that there's a water well there. So if there's a water well, every 1,000-foot wellhead protection zone, it almost closely overlaps the protective zone that protects our aquifer, and this is what's over it. So my recommendation is basically to remove this vegetation that separates the POL Road to Route 3A and keep it open and visible so that people can see others who may be dumping illegally, right, or they may just stop altogether, because now the potential of getting seen is greater.
Flush them out into the daylight, and you're right. I mean, people come in here all hours of the night, they cut their lights off, and they're shielded by this barrier. And obviously, when you look at the stuff that's getting dumped, the frequency of it getting dumped, they're very, very comfortable coming in here and dumping over the aquifer. It's tragic.
All right. Well, we thank you once again, Uncle Glenn, for joining us here on location, Link on location. Darian, thank you, Nick, and of course Senator Clint Ridgell. This has been another episode of Dirty Politics. Thanks so much for watching, and please stay clean.
And pick up your trash and
right.
dump it in the right place.
And recycle.
Dirty Politics, part of the Sustainability Matters Initiative, brought to you by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Good talk. Good talk. Good job, Bree.
Good job, Chris.
Right on.
Good job, Guam EPA.
Yep.
And Senator Ridgell.
Actually, it's a crappy job that they have because you guys are idiots. Their job would be good if you weren't so freaking stupid.
Right.
To dump your trash.
I did want to give a shout out though to the University of Guam. There's some students just over the weekend. They're from the residence halls up at the UOG campus, and these students are from all over Micronesia. So they spent Saturday cleaning up around this bus stop. It's on your way to UOG, and if you see the pictures, it's just a whole bunch of trash around this bus stop. And so they took their time. Volunteered their time and just cleaned it up, and hopefully, it'll stay clean. So kudos to them. And I know there was another cleanup with Thrive at the Sagan-Linadzan area in Dededo. So many different organizations and volunteers participated in that cleanup. And I think, Chris, wasn't there one also in Jigo?
There was
right?
one with I Love Guam.
I Love Guam participated, yes.
And Marianas Renewable Energy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I was able to talk to the Jigo Mayor Anthony Sanchez. Anthony Sanchez.
Yes.
And he was able to inform me of those things that happened over the weekend.
Right. So kudos to everybody that is doing their part in helping clean our island.
And, hey, if it's because we're drawing more attention to these things, so be it. But, guys, we still have a couple more dumps to take you to this month for Dirty Politics. So keep it. We went to one Friday. It was just like.
Still pissed off about it.
Yeah, so salty about it. It was just. I mean, because when these stupid people dump, it's like, how do you, as you're dumping the stuff, how do you not feel like a total ass?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Dumping your tires, your refrigerator, your couch.
Yeah. When in most cases, every mayor we've talked to has basically said, like, hey, if my constituents call and they say, hey, I don't know how to get rid of this, can you help me out? They'll help you out. Mm-hmm. So the options are there.
And the one about that 1,000 steps is it is a park.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. You see the little picnic table, and
it would actually be, because I never went there, I was like, wow, this is actually a pretty nice place to, eat your lunch after you do the steps. Well, now it is, because the mayor showed up with us Friday. Shout out to Mayor Al. Yeah. Let's
and his staff.
And his staff, of course, working very hard. 9:26. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room. You mentioned UOG just a few moments ago. Bree, we're talking invasive species, and we have from the University of Guam two professors of entomology, Dr. Aubrey Moore and Dr. Ross Miller. Thank you for joining us, guys.
Have a day, Chris.
How you doing?
Doing pretty good. Good morning, Dr. Miller. How are you? Where are you at right now?
I'm at GICC enjoying Guam's golf.
I thought he was in front of a tree and he was going to be like, see this tree? This is the home of this invasive species right here.
I'm actually looking for my golf ball.
So you're invading the golf course. Gotcha.
Yeah, checking out invasive species on the course. Part of my job.
Field work. Let's go ahead and because I'm not sure, I was confused with the email chain. I don't know who covers which invasive species, but if you want to kind of maybe if you guys could go more into the specifics of which ones you guys kind of study and watch out for.
Well, I work primarily on invasive ants and aphids, some crop pests, and I let Dr. Moore do everything else. He's the extension entomologist and is much better at identifying insects than I am.
Right. And so
so I work primarily with invasive ants, little fire ants, although I do have projects on rhino beetle, Asian citrusilla, and some other crop pests. Greater banded hornet, those are mine.
Let's talk about the little fire ants because I actually do have them at the house, and we've had Department of Ag on a couple times. How do they get here? How do we control them?
It's a very interesting story. It follows on to your talk about garbage. Little fire found at a dump site. That was the first time we saw it on island. And it was found by a crew that was working on coconut rhinoceros beetle at an infamous dump site up in Jigo.
Infamous dump site in Jigo.
Well, everything's ecology. Everything is connected. Garbage is connected to invasive species.
Yeah, little fire ant doesn't really fly. It walks or it's moved by people. And so one of the main ways it's moved around on Guam is in trash that people are dumping along the roadside.
Wow.
Huge problem.
I remember when there was a huge problem with the LFA at the Asin Beach Park. Is that under control now?
Pretty much. They treated the park itself. It's still up in the hills, up in the forest, and on the other side of the road, on the inland side of the road. But the park itself, I think they use some granular baits. And so, for example, if you have it around your house, the ant is actually quite easily treated using granular baits like Abdro or Siesta. And it works very well. You just have to do it at 6-week intervals for about a year, and that should take care of it.
So getting mad at it doesn't work?
Yeah.
That explains a lot.
What about the fight against the rhino beetle?
We're still battling it. Winning. The beetle is winning.
Oh,
we're losing more and more trees as time goes on. We've got a really tough form of rhino beetle here. It's resistant to this really great biocontrol agent that worked elsewhere in the world. All you have to do is, it's a virus that kills only rhino beetles. Elsewhere in the world, you put it into the population as the beetle arrived on an island, and the problem would just basically go away. This is what happened in Palau. Palau has had the rhino beetle since before the Second World War. In the 60s, after this virus was discovered, it was introduced into Palau, and the problem just went away. The beetle was still there, but it was very hard to find. Remember first time I was on Palau about 30 years ago, I was looking for rhino beetle damage, and I think I saw one V-shaped cut in several days of driving the island. And nowadays, they got a real big problem because they got the same biotype that we have, this so-called CRBG. The G is for Guam. It didn't evolve here. It came in already immune to this virus. And it's become a problem elsewhere in the Pacific. South of the equator, it's really hacking into the profits from the coconut industry in Solomons. It's destroying the oil palm industry in Papua New Guinea. So there are a lot of people looking for a solution to this particular problem.
Doc, I know you said we're losing the war. Are we making any small inroads towards victory? Because I just want to say anecdotally, I do still buy sweet tuba. I do still get coconut candy. I do still see trees, especially in the south, with coconuts.
Yeah. So we do these roadside surveys, and the last survey that we looked at indicated that about 20% of our trees are showing damage. And as you know, we're losing trees. It's not just damaging trees, it's actually killing trees, which isn't good. We're losing our forests, basically. Rhino beetle is not the only invasive insect that we have here that's killing trees. You probably heard about the ancient cycad scale, this little tiny scale insect. It's killed 90% of our fadang plants, which used to be the most numerous plant with DBH of 5 inches in our forests. The forest is changing so quickly, we can't really keep up with it. And that's just 2 insects.
Right. Let's talk greater banded hornet with Dr. Miller. Doc, this thing looks like a drone.
It's big. It's about as big as your little finger. It behaves a lot like this so-called murder hornet that recently got into Washington State and British Columbia. It's a different species, but it behaves the same. It's a common insect in Southeast Asia, all the way now into Europe. It came in Guam about 5 years ago and feeds on other wasps and honeybees. And it's rapidly spread throughout the island. It's a problem around areas where there are small children and perhaps people that can't get away. So we get calls all the time that people see it, in their yards. And those are usually just hunters that are looking for food. And so we ask people if they have a nest, if they think that they have a nest, if they see wasps aggregating around an area, give us a call and we'll get the Guam Beekeepers Association on it and they'll come out and take care of it. It's here to stay, just another insect that we have to deal with. It's not a huge pest right now, other than it is attacking honeybees. And the good news is that it attacks boonie bees and other wasps that are also invasive.
Are there any new invasive species that we haven't heard of? I mean, we always hear about the rhino beetles and the LFAs.
Yeah, give us some of that new guys. We heard about the greater banded hornet. Oh God, little fire ant, been there, done that. Rhino beetle, 90s.
There are lots of invasive species on Guam that you haven't heard about. And there are lots of invasive species on Guam that Ross and I haven't heard about. They're really pretty hard. We have thousands of different types of insects here. And some of them are almost impossible to identify. You really need a specialist. So we tend to identify the ones that come and bite us in the ass.
Yeah.
So it's true. We see the worst ones first, for sure.
What about the brown widows?
Brown widows. Yeah, that's actually been here for almost 20 years. Chip Guard found it up at the Anderson Air Force Base in a weather station years ago. And we sent it off to Pearl Harbor and then had it identified. And since then, it's been reintroduced, we think, maybe 2 or 3 times. We think it's established on the island. It's not much of a problem, except that people are worried about spiders. And we just tell people that, well, you just don't put your hands in any dark places that you can't see. And for example, they found it down at one of the warehouses down at the port. And it's, again, a very docile spider. The venom is quite toxic. And there are anti-venoms, which we don't have on Guam, but they're available in Hawaii. But mainly it's a pest of cool, dark areas that most people will never encounter. And if they do, again, you just watch where you put your hands. If you have a shed or someplace that a spider might get, it's not a big spider. It looks like a black widow, except it's brown. It does have an hourglass on its abdomen, the red hourglass, easy to identify. And it's nothing we lose very much sleep about, but we do want people to know that it's here and just learn to live with it, which is kind of what we have to do with most of these invasives. Right. Once an invasive species like COVID, for example, gets established, it's essentially impossible to get rid of it. It'll always be here. And so you really have to adapt and modify your behavior to live with it. Right. Sometimes you can use pesticides, other times you can't. But the only chance that you really have of getting rid of an invasive is that if you can locate it once it first gets in and it's not had a chance to spread, then you have a chance to actually eradicate it. We did that with an ant at the airport about 15 years ago. To my knowledge, it's one of the few cases worldwide where an insect has actually been eradicated. And we're pretty sure we got it. But it was an insect that was at one area out past Gate 4. And we were able to get it and haven't found it in the years since. But that's the exception. The rule is that once an invasive is established, it stays. You have to learn how to deal with it.
Yeah. There are some exceptions. With some insects, we do have really good techniques, like with the fruit flies. We have these really strong attractants that affect the males, and you can actually trap out all of the males on an island. In fact, it was done in the Mariana Islands back in the 60s. USDA got rid of this fruit fly called the oriental fruit fly, major pest of agriculture. Hasn't come back in. So kudos to our plant inspectors, to our quarantine officers. They're keeping it out. That's why they always ask, when you're coming in from the Philippines or someplace that has this fruit fly, do you have any fruit with you? Fresh vegetables, especially mango. They're really interested in mango. The only way you can keep these fruit flies out is to prohibit fresh fruits and vegetables from the areas that have them. And this worked.
I want to ask.
I'd like to echo that. I think the PPQ people have done really a great job over the years. They've really stepped up their game, and they are the first line of defense.
Yeah.
Russ Campbell and Glenn Dula, Chris Rosario, and the other guys in that group are really doing a good job.
Man, I got to ask you, because I asked Chelsea over at Department of Ag, and I don't know if this is the way I described it, but there's this little, it almost seems like an ant, but it's fast moving, and it bites. Doesn't jump, but they move really fast, and they like to go like in the electrical outlet, and they're really tiny.
Bring one in and we can tell you what it is.
And most ants, they're actually stinging you. They're biting, but they're stinging. You're feeling the sting.
Okay.
Even some of these little tiny ants, little fire ant, it's very hard to see.
Yeah.
So small. And in fact, it's called the electric ant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not because it gets an electric,
really
but because it's electric.
Ants seem to really like electrical fixtures for some reason.
I'm going to send you a video of it.
Fire ant, the fire ant that most people run into is the tropical fire ant. It's the red ant. You find it on golf courses, on plumeria, on a lot of fruit trees. Very, very common throughout Micronesia. It's, again, a Central and South American ant that's been here for years.
Right.
And that stings. The stings are very painful. Little fire ant, so small. It's annoying, but in rare cases are the stings really very serious.
I don't know.
The problem with little fire ant is it does affect animals. It can cause blindness if it stings their eyes and causes them to scratch, like they have the mange. And the other problem is ecological. It takes out other invertebrates and even vertebrates from an area once it's established. So it kind of creates these ecological deserts that take a long time to recover if they ever do recover. And that's kind of the problem that I think we're facing here with little fire ant. The entire island is really good habitat for it. It's spreading slowly. It's really throughout the island, but in spots. And it's being moved by people tossing trash or taking plant cuttings from relatives that are infested. It loves bananas.
Yeah. That kind of got me too. I got some bananas from a friend of mine, and I had them in a bag. I ended up got home, took them out, put them on the counter. Like, holy, a lot of little fire ants there.
Yeah, if you look under the leaf sheaths of a banana plant, if the ant is there, they'll be there because it's moist, it's protected. Just perfect habitat for a little fire ant. And again, this ant, we probably got this ant from Hawaii. They probably got it from Florida. It first came into the Hawaiian Islands on the Big Island around Hilo. It's infested pretty much all the North Shore. It's also spread over into the Kona region. And again, here on Guam, we have it. It's recently spread to Yap. People took some infested plants, and when they moved, relocated from Guam back to home to Yap. And no, it's one that we're on the lookout for. We've been holding workshops throughout Micronesia for both rhino beetle and little fire ant, just letting people know that, hey, it's here, how to recognize it and how to deal with it once they encounter it. Rhino beetle, for example, is also on Rhoda, causing quite a bit of problems in the old copra plantation in southern Rhoda. Right now, it's in Hawaii, Rhoda, and Guam, not in the other islands.
I really get a kick out of smashing them. Is that okay? Are we supposed to do that?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Smash away.
Right on. Okay.
A 3-wood works really well.
Doc, we're going to let you get back to golfing. Thank you for your time. I really thought he was going to do like a field demonstration.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you want to see some rhino beetle damage, here, let's see if I can turn my camera around. I don't know quite how to. Oh, yeah. Can you see those coconuts right there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every one of them is infested with rhino beetle.
Oh, wow.
And they're still alive. If you can, it's probably hard to see, but if you look closely, you can see the pattern on the leaves where the beetle has chewed the leaves as the leaf was developing. And this is the case with almost, at least at this golf course, I would say every coconut is infested. I'd say about 20% of the coconuts here are dead. They're just stumps. And this is typically what people find in their backyards, is this kind of damage. And that's what Aubrey's working very hard to figure out, how to get a disease to kill the beetle.
Why don't you try giving it gout? Maybe gout will work.
I remember when you guys used to do those pheromone traps, right? Are those just not working?
They don't work.
Oh,
our beetle, for some reason, is not very attracted to the pheromone. So the traps catch less than 10% of the beetles that fall down.
How long are you guys giving it till we start to see like an extinction of these of our coconut trees? If we don't control
that probably won't happen, but we're already seeing a rapid decline in the number of coconut trees on island. We don't have a good estimate of how many have been killed so far, but as I mentioned before, 20% of the trees on island are showing damage right now.
And just to emphasize what Aubrey said, in Fiji, rhino beetle got in. What was it, about 60 years ago, 50, 60 years ago. They got the virus, and if you go to Fiji now, it's hard to find rhino beetle. It's there. And we think that if we can find a virus for the Guam biotype, Guam strain, the coconuts will come back. But until we get a virus that's effective, things are pretty grim for coconuts right now.
What's that on your hat, Dr. Miller?
Yeah, it looks like a.
That's my Washington State University ball marker. I'm a cougar.
Oh, I thought it was a hornet.
I should, I ought to get one.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're able to turn your golf outing into a work trip for a couple minutes there.
Field work, that's what you
right,
said, right?
Dead on. Just sign off on that. Dr. Moore, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure.
Okay, thank you.
Right on.
Safe.
Give us a call if you need any questions. Call Aubrey.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thanks a lot.
See you, professors. There you go, from the University of Guam. A little bit on invasive species. Good stuff there.
That was cool. That was cool.
And it's apropos how Dr. Miller was joining us from a golf course. Because remember, Bree, several years ago, because KUM for years, we always hosted the KUM Charity Golf Tournament down at Talafofo. And I want to say maybe 5 years ago, you and I were doing the TV special that we always do. So we're going around on the golf course, and we noticed how beautiful on the back nine, those big, huge coconut trees, the way they grow down south, they're so majestic and everything were. The next year we went back and we're like, as a movie guy, it looked like the beginning of some post-apocalyptic scene. The coconut rhino beetles completely decimated those trees.
Completely decimated those trees.
It was astonishing.
It was astonishing.
He's
what
doing his
one
trailer.
little beetle was able to do to our coconut trees.
In a world where we've got invasive species.
Right on. In a world. Hey, it's 9:47, guys. We're going to take a quick break. Come back and give you a sneak peek of our nanas to our nannies next, right here on the link. Good morning.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Through the month of April, KUAM News and the KUAM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUAM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with The Link live on location with Chris and Sabrina, visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
$9.51. Aircon babies, you know who you are. Carrier 647 Cool. Combo Enterprises, IT&E. Jack in the Box. East West Rental. Thank you for sponsoring our little multimedia broadcast extravaganza called The Link. 9:52. We're doing this partnership with the Micronesian Climate Change Alliance, Bree.
Yes, we are, and it's with Cami Aguirola and not Muñeca.
The Dioros.
Yeah, the sister.
Just say
Young Biha on Instagram.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, this series is really cool.
Wait,
hold on, Jake.
Her name is killing me.
No, because it's
Francesca. Sorry,
Dior.
Francesca.
And it's very instructional, and they basically say, like, I mean, it's instructional and it's entertaining, and they have like a fun way to teach you how you can be a better steward of our community.
So let's do it. It's a sneak preview of episode 2 from our nanas to our nannies right here on the link.
This program is made possible by funding from Humanities Guahan, the National Endowment for the Humanities, and the Federal CARES Act.
Ihagas si man malufan na tempo. I Pasifiko na tasi, guaha undongkulo na guian. Estinaguian, mampus dongkulo na akonu I islan guahan. Ikinano niya, mampus megge na akonu esta I entalo I isla. Sa asot tay tao man mo niyo para ilinala niya sa ni mamayla na tempo. Itaw mo na matungo na debi no guaha humatogwi. Lo imam pescador toda suetin niya. Estaki hundia. Guaha man medgot naman jovencita na famalawan. Gi isla mausa I fetsania jan itiningo niya para fan machocho todo siya sa mga koni idangkulo na guihan. Pogo guaha mas peligro gi itasi jan itano. Mas dangkulo ki idangkulo na guihan. Mas dangkulo ki isla. Afa na peligro I basura.
My name is Cami.
My name is Francesca.
This is From Our Nanas,
For Our Nannies,
the show where we take a good look at big issues
and use the wisdom of our elders
to find solutions for future generations.
Now we're back to weave a story powerful enough
to help capture one of the big fishes of our time, the waste crisis.
Well, the plastic crisis is definitely one of the top environmental issues that we're facing in society today.
But waste affects a lot of other things. It's not just plastic waste, it's other waste.
This is an urgent issue. This is a crisis situation.
We have a lot of trash on Guam. We import everything, and most of it's non-biodegradable, and a lot of it's single-use items. And so we just kind of bring things in, throw them away, bring in some more. When it gets old and broken, throw it away.
I used to say that was a little sneak preview of from our nanas to our nannies with the MCCA partnership, a great partnership with KUAM. Let's do Burger King's Cover Me, guys. Our Cover Me this morning, Jay.
Yeah, this is another gem that we pulled from last week's episode of Live Local Music Mashup because you guys loved it so much, and this is a collab.
Wait. Collab.
Collab?
Yeah.
Collab. Okay. It's a collab.
Collabo.
Yeah, collabo. Call it what you want. A mashup, a collab, whatever like that. It is awesome because this features two amazing musical talents, and we've had a lot on this show. We started with Jada. We're ending with Harmony Shea and Kaylee Villasoto, and this is their track, Maybe.
Just say what you need.
Maybe I could leave you. Maybe you would see to all the promises made. Two hands will stay intertwined. But how will I know that it's mine? Still I know that things won't change. Left alone to hide my pain. My Venus and my Mars collide for you. Your recent distance gives me space. Why can't you just choose to stay? Torn between your eyes and with my moon or stars to fly so far. How can I release myself from you?
We leave you guys with on our KUAM TV stream. Thank you guys again on KUAM TV. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Adios! And to our Link Fam audience streaming on our Facebook Live, thank you guys so much. Joe, sir, great job. Bree, Jason, as always, we got your back with our primetime newscast. Again, this has been the Link, East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, Carrier, IT&E, and Jack in the Box proud to present. You guys be safe out there. Leave you down in Molesto for Molesto Soldiers. You could be mine, Asta. Adios!